for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. They have a welcome to our October council meeting. I don't know if this one does it work. Is it loud enough? I don't know if the other one's loud. Testing, 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 testing. Hey everybody, welcome to our October council meeting. We'll have two council meetings this month, but in October, it's Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And a great local resident, Susie, and her entire team, her husband, are here. These are Miami Lakes residents who have donated some in awareness for breast cancer. They're hopefully going to be working with some of our vendors to be wearing this around town in honor of Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So I know we're going to take a picture as a council, but Susie was going to say a few words. What's really cool is that she is a longtime Miami Lakes resident, and she came up with the idea while her company provides this to large corporations. She came up with the idea of honoring all the women and men who are fighting breast cancer throughout our country, who've lost their lives due to breast cancer. So it's actually a pretty cool setup. So I'll let Susie say a few words, and then hopefully we'll connect her with our team, and maybe you'll see our vendors around town wearing these cool gloves, the cool glasses, and cool vests.
Yes. Hi, good evening, everybody. So my name is Susie Pacheco, and my company is Bullet Construction Supplies. And first off, I'd just like to say thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity introduce myself. Thank you, Manny. So what I was thinking was I wanted to try to connect with some of the vendors from Miami Lakes in order to be able to turn Miami Lakes pink. I mean, it is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and what better way to show our support for breast cancer than to see all of our people in pink and showing support. So that's why I'm here today, and Annie for allowing me this opportunity. I would really love to connect with some of the vendors so that we can try to get this going. I know we're in the middle of October, but we still have half a month that we can actually show our support. So thank you guys again so much, and I appreciate it. Thank you, Manny. You guys look amazing.
No, let's get a picture. Let's get a picture. Let's get you. Let's move over. Let's move over that way. Yeah, let's move a little bit. Thank you, Susie. Appreciate you.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Of course.
Yeah, they're working gloves. They're super cool. Yes, thank you.
When it starts the meeting, you will hear me. You will see me approach the podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll hear me. Of course.
Let's call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Diegues.
Here.
Councilmember Collazo.
Present.
Councilmember Garcia.
Present.
Councilmember Morera.
Present.
Councilmember Ruano will be participating online, but she is right now absent. Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Present.
Mayor Sid.
Present.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please rise for the prayer led by our Deputy Town Attorney, Lorenzo Covilla.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Let's bow our heads in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity to be here all together to do your work here in the town of Miami Lakes. We ask that you grant the mayor and the council the wisdom and the serenity to do your will and to do what is in the best interest of all town residents of the town of Miami Lakes. And we ask for all those during the Breast Cancer Awareness Month that are dealing with this horrible illness, that you grant them your strength, Lord, to be able to deal with this cross that they bear in their lives. We pray for all of our residents, and we ask this in your holy name always. Amen. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Amen. Remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance led by our Town Attorney, Raul Gustesi.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. We have deferrals, additions, deletions, council.
Mayor, let the record reflect that I see in the TV screen Councilwoman Ruano. Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
Deferrals, additions, deletions.
Yes, Mayor, I have two. One, I would like to move item 11A to right after public comments. Many of the people in the audience have to leave to get to an HOA meeting since our rescheduled meeting conflicts with many of the monthly HOA meetings. And also, I'd like to move 14N to right after 11A.
Got it. 11A after public comments, then 14N right after that one that needs a waiver. And then I'm going to be moving from consent item 10L. 10L, I'm going to move it from consent. So moving to 11A after public comments, and then 14N right after that, and then moving from consent, removing from consent item 10L.
I'll move the agenda.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to public comments, Madam Clerk.
Good evening and welcome to Town Hall. And as I always state for the record, if you have any questions, please direct them to the mayor in a courteous tone, and to ensure the orderly conduct and efficiency of this meeting, public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes maximum per person. And if you're at home and you want to also participate, which I do see in the TV screen several participants, please just raise your hand, press number 9, and IT will let you in. Welcome to the meeting, and if you're here in Town Hall, in council chambers, just approach the podium and state your name and address for the record, and welcome.
Good evening. Angelo Guadra Garcia, 16441 Northwest 77th Place. Actually, what brings me here today is to talk to you about SpaceX. Actually, this piece of plastic that it took me about a month, a little more longer than a month, to get it from one of our departments. This is actually supposed to be a root barrier. We have been planting trees. I've got about 20 of them on my phone, and none of them, I say none of them, have this beautiful piece of, scientific, whatever you want to call it. So again, this is not being installed, and we have them somewhere, laying somewhere, and they are very expensive, according to the records. I'm going to use the rest of my minutes. I have to leave. I've got to go to work. I wanted to make you all aware of something that came up to my mind last night. As I am running on the campaign trail, I've been seeing that on the actual west side, we have an association. And yard signs were permitted for, and I'll say it directly, Mr. Mayor, actually, when you ran for mayor, your signs were on that side, on the actual west side. And nobody, that means nobody in the association said anything about your signs. But meanwhile, while there's other people running, including myself, every person that has my signs and other individuals that are running have been attacked by the association. Let me make this clear. This is for sure. I can guarantee you that this is going on. I went to the association and I spoke on one of their meetings, and I said, please make sure that, okay, and Homero Cruz actually asked the lady that runs the association if I was allowed to have my yard signs, and she looked up in the ordinance. He says, yes, he is allowed to have, and anybody else that's running can have them 90 days into election. So why? What's good for the goose is not good for the gander. So please, I want to put this on the records that we need to find out why was it good for somebody and not good for somebody else. Okay? I don't know if I'm explaining it correct. I'll just give it to you in simple lay terms. Why was it good for the mayor running for a county commissioner position and not good for us? Let's make sure. I want to find that out. Do you want to say something, Mr. Mayor?
No, you had your time.
That's it. I'm done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I just want to set the record straight. When I was running for county mayor, that same association sent letters to people who did put up my sign, and they had to take it down. So just want to put that for the record because I had multiple people tell me about that. But that HOA, to their credit, has been always consistent because every single election they send letters to folks regardless of proof is in the pudding.
Well, Bonnie Cintrone from Lewis Road in Miami Lakes. Good evening, Mayor Sid, council members, and staff. I'm here tonight to enjoy the momentous step forward that the council is taking. The ordinance regarding the special tax districts, NSD, proposed by Councilman Morera, will be read for the first time tonight. It's a huge step in the right direction, and I commend Mr. Morera and the council for bringing this issue to a just solution. You give us hope that our town government will indeed begin to listen to the voice of the people, so thank you. Before I leave the podium, though, I would like to comment on item I on the consent calendar. I just want to say I think it's a fine idea to pursue having Madden's Hammock added to the National Register of Historic Places. I'd also like to comment on 11B that Councilwoman Ruano has proposed about the liens. I am in favor of taking steps to make the liens be paid in a timely fashion because code enforcement is what keeps our town looking lovely and it keeps our property values up. Finally, under the new business item K, I'd like to thank Councilman Dieguez for proposing a town hall meeting for the public to try to improve the flow of traffic in our town. I remember the synchronizing of lights was suggested years ago, but evidently it hasn't calibrated very well. We must come up with some more ideas, so this would be a very welcomed meeting, and especially because of the format being a town hall instead of having to observe Robert's Rules of Order, which are not very satisfactory when we would like to be able to ask and have answers. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Good evening, Esperanza Reynolds, 8465 Mentius Terrace. Maybe we should adopt the Robert's Rules of Orders that they use at the Parliament in England, and we can all have a really fun time. But we are in full support of the proposed special taxing district ordinance in first reading. Thank you for finally making us feel as though you are listening and incorporating the right thing to do by adhering to the original ordinance, which was the result of a petition to self-impose assessments for a guard gate with one guard who for 30 years have been allowed to take breaks and have lunch in accordance with the employment laws of the United States, a level 1 guard, which is all we're willing to pay for, and for recognizing that the LPR cameras, be as good as they may, should not be imposed on a community budget when they benefit Miami Lakes at large. We reserve the right to request the reopening of public comments during the deliberation of this item, just in case we feel as though there is more to add. Again, thanks for this ordinance, which is a victory for taxpayers, a victory for property rights, a victory for representative government, and a victory for the United States as you are finally adhering to the constitutional principles on which your oath of office is based. Make us proud. And by the way, SpaceX was awesome. We got it back. We have actually broken history. Awesome.
Thank you, Esperanza.
Good evening. Boris Foster, 15221 Menteith Place. Good evening, Mayor, council members. I am here to support proposed ordinance to create Chapter 38 of the Miami Lakes Town Code. Let me share an analogy to explain why. This proposed ordinance requiring the approval of the special taxing district owners before additional services are added that increase their taxes is so important. Let's say I want to purchase a 50-inch Samsung TV. I decide on this specific TV knowing that it costs $250. That is what I can afford. I give my credit card to my cousin and ask him to purchase a TV. While he's at the store, he decides to buy a 55-inch LG TV because he decides it's a better value. And then he adds an Apple TV subscription. Next, he buys speakers that I never asked for, all without my permission. Now I'm stuck paying for this, and these things I didn't want, I may not be able to afford. This is what has happened with our special taxing district. The town council has decided to add services, add taxes without asking the owners for their approval. It is like using our credit card to buy services and infrastructure the owners did not ask for and may not be able to afford. This ordinance will give the owners back control over how our money is spent. All the owners should have an opportunity to petition before any new services are added that will increase our tax burdens. I really want to thank Councilman Brian Morera for all his hard work in spearheading this ordinance, and also council members Marilyn Ruano, Luis Colazo, and Josh Diegas for supporting the owners and voting to do what is the honest, moral, and right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Boris.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Madam Clerk, Mr. Town Attorney, Mr. Town Manager. I said it last time, I'm here again regarding the Christmas event. I don't want to make the whole 3 minutes about that because I do have other things to talk about. The other week, like a week or two ago, was the bike rodeo. Vice Mayor Fernandez was there. I don't know about you, Mr. Vice Mayor, but I wasn't very fond of the results of that event. While there has been a lot of talk about, being more, let's say, conservative about our spending, I do still, it would be a little bit hypocritical of me to say, cut our budget to not do this event, while also saying, we have to preserve town tradition. So the point I'm trying to make is that I believe that it would be in the best interest of the town if you guys spoke to your committee members and sort of push them to craft this event in a more creative way where more town residents would take advantage of the event and not just a select few. And I don't mean a select few. I just mean a certain sector of people which, you know, the overwhelming majority of the population did not take advantage of. I don't think that the results of the event were satisfactory at all, and I think that there are better ways to go about it. So I definitely urge you guys to, you know, to do your part in reaching out to the committee to do a better job in that regard. I also do want to announce that I'm in the works for October 23rd with Councilwoman Ruano, and I'm trying to get everything set with the town clerk as to sunshine and all that, because I have invited multiple council members. I have not invited, for the record, Vice Mayor Fernandez nor Council Member Dieguez, because they are running, and I don't want it to serve as a platform for your campaign. And I am in the works of inviting Mayor Sid, sort of as a farewell for his time and how, you know, his 8 years serving the town. The event is called the Future of South Florida, and it will be based around 3 pillars: technology and sustainability, education and development. The event will partake in a couple speakers, and then at the end we will be having, hopefully if all the invited council members attend, a panel and have an open type of discussion with the community and the people that attend. This event will be open to Town of Miami Lakes residents and neighboring areas. That's why it's called the Future of South Florida and not necessarily the future of Miami Lakes. Because I personally don't live in the town, but I do go to school in the town. So I think that it's best if we open it up to to other regions. And with that, I just want to say, you know, God bless you guys and thank you for the work you do.
Thank you, Diane.
Justin Correa, 6320 Simmons Street. Yeah, so I'm a member of the True 529 for Boy Scouts. So about last year, about December, maybe like early January of this year, I got a grant through the Town of Miami Lakes Foundation for my Eagle project that was related to veterans and stuff like that. So actually I did part of my Eagle project over here at the veterans parking spot. I painted that about a couple months ago or so. So that was part of my Eagle project that I did. So I wanted to kind of extend an invitation because this Friday I'm going to be doing my opening for one of the sections of my Eagle Scout project that was for a soldier that died over in Afghanistan, and he went to Barbara Goldman Senior High School. So I want to extend an invitation because I'm going to be doing an opening that his family's going to come down from Tennessee from. So since I got the grant from the Town of Miami Lakes Foundation, I want to extend to the mayor and also to the other council members to see if they would be able to make it this Friday at Barbara Goldman Senior High School at around 9 a.m., 9:30 a.m. to see if they would be able to make it. And then I also had flyers so you guys would be able to RSVP through my email or through my phone number. So I want to ask you guys where I would be able to give you the flyers for that.
You can give it to the clerk and some to Joseph as well.
All right.
I'm gonna try my best to be there. I should be there, so I'm putting it on my calendar. I know I had said yes, so.
And I already informed the clerk, but consider this my RSVP.
Yeah, you worked really hard on this, and I know how much it means to Ofrin's family, right?
Yeah.
And doing it in his memory, you know, somebody who gave his life for our freedoms, right? So very commendable that you would do that for his family. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Justin, and I just wanted to congratulate you first of all, because I'm a Miami Lakes Town Foundation board member, and we have a few of the board members that will be attending as well on Friday morning.
No, I see your mom and I see your parents back there. Your mom back there. Your mom is awesome. You've raised some incredible kids, so you all have. Both of your kids have been awesome.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
I remember the picture.
I'm gonna keep them, but I don't know about this one.
I remember the picture.
He's up for discussion.
How long you all have been involved. I remember the picture of your daughter reading with Nancy Simon way back then. She was a little tiny baby.
Yes, sir. And just so you know, she's at the University of Alabama on scholarship.
Yep.
And she is reading weekly to kindergartners. It's called Engage Tuscaloosa. So she's continuing the work that the town did when she was a little one with the Dolly Parton Foundation. So it is making a difference, and we appreciate that.
That is awesome. God bless you all.
Thank you so much for the town for helping out, and obviously with Justin's project and definitely with Gigi's Playhouse, the project that my daughter did. So it's really worked out well. So thank you all for that.
You all make us
Appreciate it.
proud, so kudos to you
Thank
all.
you. So we're Julio and Rebecca Correa from 6320 Simmons Street.
And we just wanted to request consideration of item K, which deals with the approval from staff for the Scouts. Julio is with 529. I'm with Girl Scout Troop 902. And then, of course, the American Legion is near and dear to our heart. If you would please consider that you would approve that. It really means a lot to us to have beautiful facilities to go to that are safe for our children, and we can spend time as a family. So we would appreciate your consideration on that item.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for being model parents, so kudos to you all.
Excuse us because they actually have a Boy Scout meeting to go to, but thank you for all your work. We appreciate you.
Where are you going to school? What's the next step? Yeah.
That's the right
awesome.
answer.
That's awesome. Yeah. Good man.
Alex Ariano, Lakeland, Ellen. During the last council meeting, Ray Garcia took a moment of personal privilege to ask his colleagues to show a little decorum and accept what is said at face value. While I believe that people should speak up for others that can't defend themselves, that display of benevolence should be evenly applied. Where was his defense of the meeting where Marilyn Ruano was verbally attacked and called a terrorist by Tony Fernandez? Where was the request for decorum when Tony Fernandez stated that he was done negotiating with terrorists and then pounding on the dais to say that if the other council members did not get on the bus when 4 voted in favor of the item, the bus would run over them? Where was the decorum request when Tony Fernandez walked out of the chambers? Isn't walking out of the chambers when there are items to be voted on a violation of the rules? This is another example of selective behavior, when selective defense is applied only to the people that Ray Garcia sides with. Also, after viewing the debate between Tony Fernandez and Yannette Gonzalez, when the audience voted in her favor as a winner of the debate, Tony Fernandez asked for a recount for something that was not even an election. And when there are more people in the room that attended in support of Tony Fernandez. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Alex.
Hello, my name is Brittany Ramirez. I am new to the area, so excuse my lack of knowledge of the area. Since I am new, I have picked up that this is a beautiful city, might I add. It's very beautiful, and I commend all of you for it. What I have noticed is wood poles. And in an area like this, beautiful, I'm expecting the security and, protection of the residents. And I want to just say how dangerous these wood poles really are, especially now in our hurricane season where, these poles can be knocked down. And with surges, unfortunately someone could get harmed or die. So that's all that I wanted to say. Thank you so much for your time.
Are you referring to the wood poles for like the telephone lines, for the power lines? Okay.
If I may, and I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. I usually write everybody's name, but Brittany, we just voted on a recent action for our town staff to actually start working with the utility companies to start removing them, because I couldn't agree with you more. There was a new business item. We voted on that. I think that was maybe 2 months ago. What happens is that utility companies are very slow in transferring over all the utilities. So while we have most of our poles upgraded to concrete, the old poles still stick around until those utilities. So we passed a new business item, and that's an issue that was discussed. So thank you for getting involved, and welcome to the town.
Yeah, and I think the wooden ones at the Optimist, I think we reinforced them recently. There's like sleeve on a couple of them, but not all of them, right, Mr. Manager? Not all of them have sleeves, only maybe a handful?
Correct. Some of the poles at the Optimist Club are already concrete, some of them are still wood, and we reinforced some of them that needed reinforcement.
Got it.
Maddox Smith, 1532 Firethorn Lakes Drive. Good evening, members of Miami Lakes City Council. My name is Maddox Smith, and I'm here to speak to the importance of improving sidewalk safety in our community. As Miami Lakes grows, so does pedestrian traffic. And it is crucial that our sidewalks are safe for everyone, whether it's children walking to school, families taking a stroll. Many of our sidewalks are cracked, uneven, and poorly lit, passing a danger to those using mobility devices like strollers or wheelchairs. I urge the council to prioritize regular maintenance and upgrades to our sidewalks. This includes fixing uneven pavement, improving lighting, and ensuring proper signage. By doing so, we can make Miami Lakes more of a walkable community, but also a safer one. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Manager, how much money did we put in the budget this year for sidewalks?
I'd have to check, Mayor, but a lot.
Got it. Tony, I don't know if
Good
you want to talk to
evening
that
again.
gentleman to see which one's exact.
Mayor Sid and councilman. So I had nothing prepared because this is my first time here, but I just wanted to talk about, so my address is 8881 Northwest 166 Terrace. And talking on the safety issue, I wanted to talk about the palm trees that we have planted in our front area of our homes. These palm trees are huge. They are overgrown. They are super dangerous. The palm fronds just fall, and they fall everywhere. They fall on top of cars. They've fallen on top of mailboxes, which have had to be replaced over and over again because they continue to fall. And the danger of somebody walking on the sidewalk and a palm frond falling on their head can happen. So I think we've been wanting to discuss this for some time, but it hasn't. I don't know, but.
So if the
Yeah,
council doesn't know.
if something can be done, maybe have those removed and maybe put something else.
I missed your address. I'm just trying to figure out where you're at.
8881 Northwest 166 Terrace, and that's right across the street from Royal Oaks Park. Yeah.
I promised Susie I was going to there's something going to be on the agenda for next meeting, but it's actually really bad. Like it's
Yeah,
extreme.
you saw them. I mean, you saw the palm fronds all over the place. They're just all over the place. My neighbor has had to have his mailbox done 3 times because the palm fronds have
No, but
fallen on it and just
Those palms are like
broken
100
it.
feet tall. Like,
Yeah,
and
they're
those palm
huge.
fronds are like
They're
40
huge.
pounds
And then
each.
the things that it lets go, those things, it looks like it's snowing. Like literally, we have an ongoing joke that it's snowing in Miami Lakes because those things just are all over the place. They get in our pool, they get on our cars, so it's really bad. So.
And just to confirm, these are, palm trees, they're on swales, they're on the
Yes,
public side?
they're on the public
Okay.
side, yeah. I think they're called queen palms, but they're huge.
Yeah, they're really,
Yeah.
it's a major issue, but it'll be on the agenda for next meeting.
Thank you.
And what is your name? I'm so sorry, I didn't get her name.
Susie
Susie, and last name?
Pacheco.
Thank you.
And thank you again for bringing the Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Maria Santelices. I live in 15205 Dunbarton Place. And the reason why I'm standing here is after hearing the young man and this lady talking about the palm trees. I don't know how many phone calls I make. I live next to the Lake Glen Ellen Beach Park, what is called the Beach Park. And those trees, those palm trees, nothing is getting done. And I know that it's supposed to be every 3 years, nothing. When the winds of the hurricane came by, a lot of them were down. There's a couple of coconut trees at that beach park, and it's still there. The coconuts are there. The beach park every week is full of coconuts on the lake, okay? About a couple of years ago, one of the trees in the park got hit by a lightning. And until I didn't thread my phone call and I said, I will sue you, because it was right a few days before a hurricane was coming, it was not taken care of. They completely took it off. But the sidewalk is completely broken from the trucks. And my concern, and it's gonna be your concern, because in that park in the morning, around 8:30, a lot of grandparents, babysitters, go with the strollers and babies to that park. And I am afraid of one of those kids or one of those elderly people falling, because it is completely cracked, and now because of the roots of the trees, they're coming apart, okay? And the other part I also have is in front of my house, I have a street drainage. That is the only one that works for that whole section in the back. And we have a Palm Island there, and it comes. The last time that we had a real bad weather, they had to send a truck to get it off. And I am afraid. I do complain also to the people that do the lawn, the cutting of the grass and everything, because the other part of, and this is the Miami Lakes that does this, they can't stand seeing me, because I'll go out there, because what they do is they just put all the leaves all over the place, and they don't understand that when it rains, all that comes into that only drainage that work. Because many years ago, I found out that the ones that are across the street that is not on the lake, those don't work. They just fill up, and once after it fills up, they start coming into the street. And sometimes I stand in my house and I see all this water, like if I was down at the beach, coming towards me, and the water has gone all the way up to my garage door. So there is a problem back there with drainage and the trees and all that stuff. And another thing that we did learn way back, because we were stuck, the trees need to be air to avoid all those big trees that we have falling off. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Mr. Manager, can you get Tony or one of the folks to talk to Maria real quick, please?
Gabriel Lovato, 5809 Hayfair Lane. Good evening, everyone. Due to the weather, flooding has been an ongoing issue in certain areas of Miami Lakes, typically after a heavy rain. What are the specific measures the town is currently taking to improve drainage systems and reduce flooding risk? Also, what is the long-term strategies that are being considered to address the increased risk of flooding? Thank you for your time and have a blessed evening.
Thank you.
Gabriel Lovato, 5809 Hayfair Lane. Thank you so much.
Anyone else for public comments? Again, please just approach the podium. And our participants, I see a few online. However, I have been informed that they're just listening, that they're not going to participate in public comments. But again, help desk, if they wish to participate, please let us know. We are during public comments now. Mayor, I don't see anyone else for public comments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Public comments. Oh, we have one more. Yes.
Good evening. My name is Jose Soberan. I'm at 6870 Bamboo Street. Last time I spoke, and I actually congratulated the city and its workers for doing a fine job with our lake. And we were, actually, I was highly commendable of the work, and I still am very happy, and so is my wife and the neighbors. We requested that the method that we have between you and between the city and us maintaining the lake be preserved. Now, they were about to dissolve or considering dissolving because of the other parts of the city that had problems with the methodology that was being handled. They weren't getting anything done with that, and so they were going to take away all the, I forget the name now, of the
committees.
Yeah, the
Special
committee.
for the neighborhood service district committees.
Exactly. So I asked and I encouraged for them to keep at least the ones that are running in the lake. The ones that are running the lake, they're doing a fine job. It's an exemplary work of service to the public. The lakes have come around quite a bit. They're not there 100% yet, but they have been greatly improved, really, really. And I can say so again, and I'm very happy with the service. But now, I understand that they're all going to be taken away, including the ones that are functional. That's throwing out the baby with the bathwater. That doesn't make sense. And I encourage you to do away with only what's not functional, correct it, fix it, do whatever it is that you need to do. An individual problem has to be taken individually. These are the two that work well, let them be. The others that are legitimate problems, very serious problems, and I support them every 100%, those need to be addressed individually for their needs. And that's all I got to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right, anyone else from the public? Anyone else from the public wishing to speak? Once, twice. Public comments is closed. Councilman Morera.
Mr. Mayor, I believe.
It's an ordinance
Yeah,
in
it's
first
ordinance
reading.
in first reading.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, creating Chapter 38 titled Special Taxing Districts, creating Section 38.1 titled Special Taxing Districts, creating Section 38.2 titled Amendments, creating Section 38.3 titled Implementation and Administration for inclusion into the code, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Councilman Morera.
Councilman Priest, I was speaking about the advisory boards.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, no,
I
we
just
know.
wanted to make sure because I forgot the word.
No worries, no worries. We're on
Okay.
that item right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Councilman Morera.
Thank you,
Are there
Mr.
any motions to get discussion going?
Yeah.
I'll move or second it, whatever.
Yeah, I'll move the ordinance in first reading.
I'll second.
Anything you want to add, Councilman Morera?
Just to say, a lot has been said about this issue in both directions. I think that this is, as Ms. Reynolds pointed out, about listening to our residents and trying to find the best possible solutions for them. I definitely understand the position of Mr. Soto and many people that are similarly situated, where maybe the lake maintenance NSDs didn't really have the issues of the guardhouse NSDs. But at the end of the day, the NSD is staying. It's not going anywhere. We're just removing a middleman. Right now, if you want to get anything done, you got to go through a committee, and then assuming the committee agrees with you, because if they don't agree with you, they don't have to bring it to the attention of the council. We're just making the council, who actually makes the decision, come to you. So we're actually making ourselves more accountable to you. And I know I'm not going to change a lot of minds on it. A lot of minds are made up, but I think that the input from the residents on both sides of the issues should carry the issue. And with that, I'll leave it to my colleagues.
Got it. I just want to make a motion to reinsert the advisory boards for the lake maintenance.
Second.
Discussion just on the amendment, discussion just on the amendment. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Dieguez.
No.
Councilmember Collazo. No. Councilmember Morera.
No.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion fails.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're back on to the main motion as amended. If there's no discussions, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the first reading.
Ordinance in first reading, item 11A. Councilmember Morera.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
No.
Mayor Sid.
No.
Ordinance in first reading, item 11A passes.
Thank you. We're back on to Councilman Morera's item.
What happened? What just happened? Yeah, so it's mine item. Okay,
The next
you're
item
recognized.
is 14N,
No,
I
didn't-
believe.
I didn't
A
hear
new
that.
business item. 14N.
Councilman Morera, you have the floor.
Alrighty, so I apologize, 14N, thank you. Can you give me the agenda page number? I'm trying to run there.
Council, this
There we go.
This item.
Councilmember Morera, we need a waiver for this
Yes,
item.
so I'll move for a waiver of section 7.2 of the Special Rules of Order.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Rules are waived.
Thank you, colleagues, for waiving the special rules of order. This item, I couldn't have actually brought it any earlier because it is a result of the 40th anniversary of the Miami Lakes chapter of Zonta International, which we know has a very proud history in our town. They had an event on Saturday, which, or when was it? It was 2 Saturdays ago, and I apologize. The hurricane has thrown off all of my timing. We attended this event on behalf of the town to present a proclamation on behalf of the mayor, which, Mr. Mayor, I am very thankful for the fact that your office did that. During that event, the Zontas, being the Zontas and being the advocates for women and girls around the world that they are, living up to their reputation, they came up to me and started telling me about the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. And they started explaining that this is an issue that is not just here in Miami Lakes, not just in Florida, not just in the US, but actually internationally. And it's done in conjunction with the United Nations, as well as a few other international organizations. As part of that, they had asked that the town join with countless other government bodies in lighting up the exterior of their municipal buildings orange from the period of November 25th to December 10th. So that is my ask. I'll make the motion is to light up Town Hall orange, and I did check with the manager that we had the ability to do this. Light up Town Hall orange from November 25th to December 10th in honor of or in recognition of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence.
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Thank you. And before we move off of the item, I did have a secondary item in here, which is actually a second and a third item to correlate at the same time. I'd love it if we go a little bit further. The Zontas didn't ask me for this, but I think it's something that we can relatively easily do, and it costs us nothing. I'd like to see that during this period from November 25th to December 10th, that our town website have a drop-down banner, sort of like the ones that we have during the emergencies and stuff like that, that would be orange, and it would, mention the fact that we are recognizing the 16 days of activism, and also that the town of Miami Lakes supports efforts to eradicate gender-based violence and welcoming anyone interested in taking action to join or support our local Miami Lakes Zonta Club and or visit the website that I have on my item on the agenda.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes.
And the third and final is I would like to direct staff, probably specifically Jeremy, to work with Zonta on is it a mural? It's a mural. We've already been discussing. Yeah, just to continue that work and that you have our support on it. I don't know if you wanted to explain it. You can probably explain it a little better than I can so that my colleagues know what it is and we can possibly offer you our support.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Yes, we have been in talks with the Zonta Club on a mural of sorts that they have seen. Actually, it started out in Europe, which speaks out against all violence. Particularly, yes, it's violence of gender-based entities. However, it is essentially a stop call to violence all throughout. Right now, we're looking at a location that makes the most sense. It's going to have the most traffic, and it's going to kind of partake to the general population versus anything specific. So not placing it directly next to playgrounds and so forth, putting it in more of a common space. So we have been working with them, and I think they're also going to be talking with the NIC.
Is there anything that the council can do to help?
Other than give us the okay once we get a location
Once you already
potentially.
have something.
That might be the only
Okay,
location.
so then for now, no motions. Thank you.
We're moving on to appointments. There are no appointments, but we have a report from the Cultural Affairs Committee. Chair Salazar.
Chair
Jeremy is-
Felicia
Felicia,
Salazar.
Cultural Affairs report.
They're strategizing on the mural. They got the wheels going on the mural.
Yes, I know. Every time I hear art, I'm
No, I know.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, council members, town manager, attorneys, town clerk, staff, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to give my presentation today. In front of you, you have a package that we're supposed to present to you. Is by our, what's it called, semi-annual report. We have the list of the roster of the members and our activities. I'd like to thank Councilmember Dieguez and Councilmember Fernandez for attending our Hispanic Heritage Month event on Saturday. It was a rainy day, but the place was packed. And unfortunately, Geraldine Amendola was here, but she had to run to another meeting for the Elderly Affairs. She and Justin Trujillo were the ones coordinating the event, and being very new members, they did a fabulous job. So I commend them for doing that. And I don't know if you've seen the pictures, but it was a beautiful event. We had the the food from Graziano. It was fabulous. And then the performers were very good, especially the tango dancers. Wow, so we're hoping to bring them back. So again, this is some of the activities that we're very proud of. And we were supposed to have a concert in September, but it was postponed because of bad weather. So we're trying to see if we can reschedule it, the Jazz in the Park concert. I don't want to read through this because it's kind of like, but initiatives, we have, like I said, the Jazz in the Park. We have our holiday book reading. We're going to see if we can bring Christmas carols and just change a little bit for the kids, besides having just Mrs. Claus, which was very successful last year. And then we have collaboration, which we used to have the Main Street Live back in 2005. It was like a test from January to June, and we had bands on Main Street and basically very lively. Been working with them. I had like 7 bands already who want to perform for us, and we're gonna have singers, dancers, art. It's gonna be very lively. And but I'm working with again with economic development, with merchants, and hopefully we'll get the Chamber of Commerce involved. And I think it's going to be a great collaboration to bring, people to Main Street, because they're hurting. Because people, I know Shale is very active every weekend, but they need to come into Main Street, and that's our purpose, to bring the arts and so forth. In your package, you also have the minutes of our last meeting as required, the attendance. That's something I'm going to be talking about. And it's a memo that I submitted to you. I hope you read it. It's just to request the council to change the rules regarding attendance. I think the way they changed it is very lenient on people who don't attend meetings. If you see the chart, the red means not attending the meetings. So it's very counterproductive for us since we have to vote for, what events to do on the budget and so forth. So even today, we were supposed to have our rescheduled meeting, and it was postponed because we had no quorum again. So it's something that is hurting our committee, and I will appreciate if you could review the rules regarding attendance. And normally, and clarify this for me, because the way I think it is you have excused absences, which do not apply to your, I think you're supposedly, before, it was 3 absence, and then you were supposed to, not be a member anymore. But now it's like, there's no commitment. So I always say the first part of committee is commit, and if you cannot commit, don't join. So it's been hard for us, like I said, especially for me, to get the committee, to participate. We have like 12 members, and basically 5 or 6 are the ones that do all the work and attend events. Some people don't even attend events. So it's something that concerns me, and I hope to have your support in getting, I know you can install and remove members according to how they perform, and it's something that I would love to see if we can, especially, is bringing the activities together, and some of us work very hard, and like I said, sometimes at the last moment, I always tell them we need 8 months to a year to put events together. Luckily for the 4th of July, because we need to get sponsors and so forth, and if we don't have consensus, we can't move on. So I would appreciate very much if you can help us on this. Are there any questions?
Through the chair. Felicia, again, thank you for everything you do. Sorry I couldn't make the festival.
Oh, you missed a good.
I told my mom she was real excited. She wasn't feeling well, but she'll make the next one. She loves the concerts you guys put on. Question: how often are you not making quorum?
Well, if you look at the chart, I know it may be a little bit confusing, but I'm very picky about how to provide information. I'm very graphic oriented, so I try to do this. The red means not attending, and then the red with excuse, that means an excused absence. Some people are sick or have appointments with doctors, and the pre-medical procedures that they get done before they see the doctor. One of the members had their parents got injured or fell, and they have to attend to them, or a death in the family, things like that. But I need to know exactly, because some if I travel, is that excuse? I said no. I mean, some of our members are traveling, and it's like if everybody does whatever they want, it's hard for us to function as a committee. So the X means attended, and I try to clarify as much as possible, so I hope you understand it. If not, I'll clarify it for you. One of the members already resigned, Marieta Pons, and then the NA means, this is for the fiscal year, so basically is from October to October, and then basically, excused absences, I think is don't count against if we do the 3 per year or fiscal year, and then NA means they were not members yet, and so forth. So, and then we had to cancel the October 9th because of the hurricane, and then we rescheduled it for today, and it was canceled because no quorum. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 meetings already without having quorum to.
Which is the 4th? Because what I was going to mention through the mayor to Councilmember Garcia is that you actually conveniently put it right at the very top of the chart. You can see December 13th, March 13th, and April 10th. They say in parentheses no QRM. I assume that's no quorum. Which is the 4th one that you had no quorum?
Okay, today. I mean, it's off the chart because we put this together for the.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because we're supposed to have it ready like before. I mean, we were supposed to have our meeting last October 9th, so we had to have this a few days before. So this doesn't show. The one for today will be October 12th, so it's not in the chart. But
And so that's 4 times in less than a year that you've failed to reach a quorum.
we didn't meet quorum exactly.
And none of these are subcommittee meetings. These are all
No,
the
one is a
regular
subcommittee
meeting of the
meeting.
committee.
That was in January.
Yeah,
which
it's a
was,
subcom.
which was very good, by the way. Subcommittee, everybody attended. But then with the subcommittee, you have the regular meeting to approve what was in the subcommittee meeting. I said, that's redundant. We already approved everything. So, and then in the second, I think we did have quorum on the February 2nd, because that was getting us ready for the Women of Distinction event. So, yeah, it's been, and this is the first time ever. I mean, we never had issues with quorums before, but I guess when they changed the rules, it's like, okay, I go when I want, and it's raining, I won't go, and to me, it's not,
Through the chair.
because rain or shine, I attend.
Through the chair to the town manager. Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought that the rules were recently amended to make it more strict.
No, actually, the reverse. Before, there used to be a rule that if
3 absences.
committee members missed a certain number of meetings, they automatically were removed, and it was incumbent on the council member who appointed that person to reappoint that person or appoint somebody different. It was changed, and what it is now is just it's a notification. The committees will notify the clerk's office of committee members missing X number of meetings, and then we'll notify the council member and say, hey, your appointment to this committee has missed so many meetings, and then just leave it for the council member to decide whether they want to remove them, because you may be more familiar with special circumstances and so forth. That was the logic behind that change.
If I may
there's no
interject.
automatic removal.
Okay.
Yeah, if I may interject just briefly, just to provide additional context, the change also was intended to kind of balance out by requiring that they go to 2 different meetings prior to joining the committee. So just wanted to provide additional context there that they're supposed to attend 1 regular meeting, or rather 2, but the second meeting can be substituted by meeting with the chair. And the idea was to try to gauge how committed they will be to actually serving on this board. So I guess we're still having some issues even after that change.
Yeah, it's not working out. And then this is not just us. I don't know if the other committees have the issues with quorum too. Is by revising or bringing back the rules to the original intent. I think it helps all the other committees too, in case they have issues with quorum. But I know in our case we do, as you know, we do almost activities every month, and especially big events like the 4th of July and Hispanic Heritage Month, the big ones that we need sponsors for, and we need to get approval for budgets and all that. That affects us. It's something that we need help with. Especially the council needs to vote on accepting, our recommendation or request.
God, I'm sure one of the council members will bring it back
Okay.
as a new business item.
As soon as possible, please.
I already wrote it down.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for all you do.
Okay, thank you. God bless you all.
You've been volunteering here for decades already, so we really appreciate you. That all the years that you've been volunteering in the town,
Yeah,
just saying that
I
we
enjoy
really
doing
appreciate
this. I mean,
Also,
I do it
Felicia,
because
I live very close to Justin Trujillo, who you mentioned. And
Oh, yes, he was
He raves
awesome.
about you. He
Yeah,
he says that you're awesome.
Geraldine and Justin, I mean, they were fabulous. I mean, they did a great job being so new to the committee. I wish the rest of the old committees did that, or members. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. We're moving on to consent. I had pulled an item, and I just want to vote no. I've been voting, want to be consistent. I've been voting no on a lot of these piggybacks and waiving competitive solicitation, especially for something so mundane that I think can go out within 30 days and come back. But I just want to register my no vote. I voted no in many, many of these that have come up in the last several years. So just want to register my no vote on this. So any motions to approve, you all can go ahead and approve it.
The item is 10L, correct? 10L?
Yep.
Yep, it's on consent, so I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion to move the item.
Point of order. Is it on consent?
It was pulled.
The item was pulled. The mayor just wanted, I guess, to make sure that everybody
Oh,
knew
so-
that he was voting no, but it is on consent.
you're only voting on this
And
one
he's just
item.
making sure that
Understood.
everybody knows that he's voting no, and
And
maybe
then
the
you'll be
reason why
voting
he's
on the
voting no.
consent.
But I'm gonna go ahead and move the item so we can move forward with the meeting.
Yeah, so the
So
reason
I'm
the
going
reason I
ahead and
pulled it-
pulling the item. You pulled the item. Do you want to make the motion?
The reason I pulled it is because if I don't pull it, I have to vote on the whole consent and vote no on other items. So I've done it many, many times throughout the several years. There's items.
Move the meeting forward.
No,
I'm
no,
going to
go
go
ahead.
ahead and make
Yeah,
a
no.
motion to approve the item. And if there's a second, there's a second. If
I'll
not,
second.
then there you go.
All right.
Just move the meeting forward.
Got it. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item 10I, Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Morera.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No.
The item passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're back on to the consent calendars. Any motions on the
I'll
consent
move the
calendar?
consent calendar.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to ordinances of first reading. Item 11B, Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, creating, amending Chapter 8, Section 8-7 of the Town of Miami Lakes Code of Ordinances titled Recovery of Unpaid Civil Penalties, Unpaid Penalty to Constitute a Lien, Interest to be paid on liens, Foreclosure Prohibition of the Issuance of Permits, Licenses, Certificates of Use and Occupancy or Zoning Approvals to violators with unpaid civil penalties or liens, Civil penalty reduction, providing for inclusion into the code, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Councilwoman Ruano, this is your item. Any motions that you would like to make?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to approve there's a chart that was prepared by staff illustrating the summary of the proposed changes. I know that we are on first reading. I don't know if the council would like to go over this or if you've had a chance to review it, but I would move to approve as presented by staff.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Discussion. Seeing none. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ordinance in first reading, item 11B. Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Councilmember Morera.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
No.
Mayor Sid.
No.
The ordinance in first reading, item 11B, passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to item 11C. Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, approving the devising of certain land owned by the Town of Miami Lakes in consideration for land owned by Miami-Dade County, providing for severability, providing for expenditure of budgeted funds, and providing for an effective date.
Any motions on the table, Council? It's an ordinance in first reading. Any motions? Anyone? All right.
I'll move the item.
I'll second it.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ordinance in first reading, item 11C. Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Morera.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No.
The ordinance in first reading, item 11C, passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 13A, Councilman Diegues.
Hold on, give me 1 second. Okay, yeah, so this is just my item ensuring that the council rules are amended so that the charter officers are seated together. Again, I think it makes more sense that way. And the attorneys took a little more leeway to go ahead and add additional items to explicitly spell out things that were not always as clear in the rules. So with that, I move the item and urge its adoption.
I'll second it.
So at first, I didn't know what to think about this item. It was a little strange because I know you had walked in and you moved Raul from that seat. But I definitely have seen the value where you've been coaching Councilman Morera pretty well in terms of the the not motions, not how to vote, but I've seen you guys talking a lot in terms of the motions, because Councilman Morera, I don't think he's brought up to speed on Robert's rules, and there's a lot of times where you're like, no, you have to
I
say
was
this
the
motion, that
parliamentarian
motion.
for my fraternity.
So, yeah, but I just want to say kudos to Councilman Diegues, because I see him always coaching you up over there. So, the other thing I wanted to bring up, because I never really thought of this as an issue. I've had a chance to see some council meetings in many cities throughout South Florida, and one thing that is interesting that I like is the only folks who sit up here in some cities are just the elected officials, and it brings in a tremendous amount of accountability. So I would prefer for staff to sit with staff. So I want to make a motion, hopefully a friendly amendment. I want a motion that to amend this item to have the town attorney, the town manager, and the town clerk sit with all their other members of staff, while the elected officials and those who are ultimately accountable are the only ones that sit up here. So I just want to make that motion.
I'll second for discussion.
Discussion, Councilman Garcia.
So just wanted, as thinking about just the efficiencies of having the manager and some of the staff and the clerk up here. I don't know if you considered that, the efficiencies of having them up here and things like that. As far as, I understand you're thinking about having the elected officials because we were elected, but the efficiencies that it comes with. Because of that, I would at this time wouldn't be able to support that. But I understand your background on why you're saying that. But I found that having them here helps me. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Look, we're in the same room, and being 2 feet away compared to 10 feet away is not a big deal. But I have seen, and I've asked other cities why they do it. And look, the ultimate accountability is us. And it's okay if you guys are not for this. I'm fine with it. But the ultimate accountability is with us. And I think sometimes we get way too much banter back and forth. And I think it should be simply the electeds, and we call upon those who you all had chartered to run it. So I got no problem, but I did see it already in several cities, and it was a good model where they're sitting on the side, but I thought it was a good model. But that's fine. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Collazo.
No.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Councilmember Diegues.
No.
Councilmember Morera.
No.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
No.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion fails.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're back on to the main motion. Madam Clerk, please.
Nope.
Vice Mayor.
Yes. So I would also like to offer a friendly amendment, much to the mayor's point. I think one of the dynamics that has changed a little bit over the last couple months is the amount of banter that happens between us colleagues up here during items, in between items, some of which I think teeter on the brink of becoming sunshine violations, right? And I think it serves the public purpose to make sure that all the conversations that we have amongst each other are done so open for the review of the public. So I would like to edit the section that says council members shall not engage in cross conversations with other members of the public. I would like to amend that line to also include other council members when they are not duly recognized.
What's the section number?
4.1, council discussion.
Are there any seconds on the motion?
I'll second that.
Discussion.
Sure. I know that when I first got elected and speaking to the lawyers, and if you notice that, the cross conversation for me is, if I hear anything directed to me that's not on that, I kind of freak out. I truly believe that, yes, absolutely. If we want to follow the letter of the law, and it's everything should be in the sunshine and on this mic, and I do my best to make sure that I'm not having cross or side conversations. to respect that. So I would be for it. I think it's what we're supposed to do up here is make sure we're following sunshine. Everything we say, every opinion we give is on the mic for the residents to be able to pull up and see what we're saying and how we feel. So that's why I'm supporting that item, that amendment.
Further discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Diegues.
I actually want to add a further amendment to that and actually prohibit the use of phones by any member of the council throughout the entire meeting. That would be my amendment. I think if we're going to be consistent between not having sidebar conversations, I think it's also important that with these conversations on the phone, that none of the council members are also engaging in public business during the meeting, right, without the benefit of the public knowing. So that would be my further amendment to the amendment proposed by the Vice Mayor.
Question, does this count as a phone?
Does it make calls?
It does.
I
Because
think
I have a
every
problem with that.
Every electronic device.
Regardless,
makes
you'd have
calls
to come back.
and sends messages. All right, is there a second on this one?
I'll second.
I'm sorry, could you explain, would you restate the motion, please?
Very simple. Can't have sidebar conversations next to each other, and you can't also have any conversation on the phone while the meeting's going on.
With each
That's my
other.
further
You're
amendment.
saying with each other. So
No.
if my wife sends me a text.
Let me finish, please. I'm going broader. I'm saying no devices that are capable of sending messages, so we don't send the wrong message to the audience that there's some sort of separate sunshine violation going on.
So no electronic devices for anybody that's on the dais, correct? That means staff and everybody, nobody up on the dais.
This governs the council, right, because it's a special council rules.
Through the chair. I use the city iPad. It helps me, especially if I have to make things bigger. I mean, I use it as a tool. It's very helpful for me. I don't send messages. It's public record because it's the town's. Anything that I do here, even searches that I make are public record. So I would be against that because these are tools that we need in today's age. We disseminate a lot of information, and to take away a tool that helps us be more efficient, whether it be a phone or it be, I think it just goes against good governance. Now, I can see where talking to each other, if I'm having a conversation sidebar while you're talking, it's just a bad look, and it's against sunshine. So I think the residents understand the tools that we use here as far as to be able to make better decisions, but they expect us, when we're on the dais, not to be having sidebar conversations. But I see where you're coming from in that sense, Councilman, but these tools are very efficient. I know that Councilman Herrera as well, he uses it to take real-time notes. I still use this. But I was thinking about buying a pad like that because it's more efficient. It transfers quickly. You can save it, and you can go back and follow up with the staff. So that's why I would be voting no, sir, for that amendment.
So as a follow-up, again, I'm just trying to honor the Vice Mayor's spirit of his item, right? And of course, a blind spot would be not doing something about the electronics up here that are capable of sending messages, right? Now, I understand that it's specific, his item was specific to council members talking to each other, but for example, if Councilmember Morera just leans over, is like, which item are we on? Because perhaps he was addressing client concern or whatever, is that going to become an issue now, right? Again, if we're being consistent, I think we need to just look at the full range of ways that we can communicate with others and with potential conduits, right? Because remember that the Sunshine Law is not just about whether we speak directly to each other, but whether we direct somebody to deliver a message on our behalf. That's where the item of, or the spirit of bringing up these electronics is coming from, if we're going to go this route.
We're on this. Let's take a vote.
I was just going to say one more thing, sir. If I may.
Yep. Madam Clerk, do you know where we're at?
I do know it's the amendment number 2 from Councilmember Diegues for all cell phones to not be allowed, so that the council,
electronic
only the council-
devices that can
Right.
have outside communication.
Right, he specified no electronic devices, but only for the town council, was my understanding. Correct, Councilmember Diegues?
Not
Yes.
for the major.
And I need a second for this motion.
Yeah, there was a
Okay.
second.
Yeah, I just
Thank you.
wanted to.
And then so we can call
Just
the roll.
one more thing, as far as just, I think we understand that, hey, where are we at? I mean, that's common sense, right? One little quick, hey, you know, what item, I went to the bathroom, I went to get water, 100%. I think that's common sense, right? I think it's, you know, just being professional and saying, hey, where we're at, so we can, that, of course, I feel that that's fine, because everybody sees we're just asking where we're at, and so I don't think it includes that aspect of it. I mean, as far as for me, but just going back to what I said before, you know, having actual conversations about what's happening, then that's where I would be against. But the electronic devices are a tool that we need to be efficient, and I mean, there's a lot of information we have to disseminate quickly, and although we do prepare for these meetings, I mean, it would be like, why don't we just bring crayons and coloring books? I mean, we need these electronic devices. They're part of the zeitgeist, and they're part of a tool to make you efficient as a government official.
Look, and I will also opine that, you know, some of us have families, some of us have children, some of us have elderly relatives, and it's important for us to be able to stay connected. So I'm not opposed to the spirit of this motion, but I think in practice, what it's going to lead to, at least on my behalf, is my phone will be in my pocket, and when it rings, I will have to step off the dais and do one thing at a time. But I will need to be there and available and responsive to my family, and I think that takes precedent over everything else. So just wanted to put that on the record.
Well, then perhaps a further amendment would be in order then. Just to at least provide the town clerk, this will be my new motion, I guess, to my own amendment.
So you're withdrawing the
Correct.
previous one? Okay.
Yes, withdrawing my prior amendment, and instead requiring that the council members will have to log to the clerk who messaged them or who called them through the council meeting. Is that fair? Across any media? That would be the next motion, just for them to actually provide to the town clerk a list of calls that they got during the meeting and text messages, just in that format, and providing that to the clerk. And that, I think, is a better compromise.
Including the content of those messages, or just the recipients and the
I think
senders?
you can draw a lot from the recipient, just like with metadata, as you know, right?
Yeah,
So this is not getting into the content right now. It's just going into the who message to.
All right, gentlemen, just so you know, this motion, amending these rules, requires a 2/3 vote. And as lawyers, especially the two at the end, there are clients that we all have that nobody has and that nobody knows. And if someone sends one of those clients who you don't want to know is a client of yours, because the client doesn't want you to know that they're a client of yours, and they want that privacy, and he sends you a text without knowing that you're up here, under that rule, you're going to have to disclose it.
This is first reading. There's going to be time to flush this through. This is a reso. You're right.
Yeah.
It's a reso.
I mean, look, I hear where you're coming from, but I'm just trying to close the loop, right?
Was there a second on?
I don't think we even got there. I think the attorney opined just before. But I will go ahead and I'll withdraw this. But I just wanted to be clear then, all the ways that, things are not as airtight as we think when it comes to sunshine. But I also want to make sure that with this motion that we're not going to just ding our colleagues for just simple sidebar conversations, which are not subject to sunshine disclosures anyway, right? Because the content is what's important. But I'll withdraw it for now, and if anything in the future, this can be addressed.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. Back to the main motion, on the amendment to the main motion, the discussion. Vice Mayor, just to be clear, because Councilman Dieguez brings up a valid concern. Does your motion, is the intent for those, hey, how you doing? How's your family? Hey, the Heat just won, or is that?
No, not at all. Nor is it, when we need to get water from the back, and would you like a bottle of water, or I need to, go do number one in the bathroom. I don't think that needs to be a public record when that happens. I think that conversation is understood. But it is definitely my my opinion that a lot of the noise that I hear during the council meeting is relevant to the matter that is being discussed, and that's what I want to curtail, because I think a lot of us up here lose out on some of that context and some of that information. And I think the public is best served when all of that business happens completely in the sunshine.
Mr. Mayor.
The other aspect, I mean, we could just have hot mics the whole meeting, right? So, I mean, there's...
That I love, because you're spot on. There's a lot of snickering. There's a lot of like stuff that happens under the breath that I think exactly what you're talking about, especially when a side is a hotly contested issue, wins or fails. Bro, look at this guy. You know, you hear that. I love that. Let's all pin mics, have them hot the whole time.
Can you order the headsets?
Yeah. No, but that's...
Yes. Yes.
And then going back, I had the floor, Mayor, right? So I think that's kind of exactly the quorum we're talking about.
Through the chair? Through the
Yeah.
chair? Through the chair. Guys, I think the item was just to have us police ourselves with too much excessive side conversations. You know, just excessive side conversations. Where this is going, I think we're trying to solve an issue that is not there. The only issue that I've seen, and I've been here for almost 2 years, is there is excessive sidebar conversations. Hey, can we, as a body, try to mitigate that as much as possible? That's as simple as it is, guys. I don't think we need to start banning phones and laptops and being mic'd up. God forbid we go to the bathroom and forget. You know, I'm just saying, guys. Let's not. I think we're taking it a little too far. The spirit of the item is, hey, guys, let's try to keep the side conversations down, especially if it includes details about whatever we're discussing. Simple
Mr.
as
Mayor,
that. Let's not take it as far. Let's not go farther than that, guys. Let's just keep it where it is. That's just my 2 cents.
That's fine. Let's bring it home.
Yeah.
And then Councilman Morera in closing, and we'll take a vote.
So I'm going to try to say this as nicely as I can without letting the litigator in me come out. We are all grown A-word adults. We do not need these kind of rules placed on us. We have been entrusted by the public. We have sworn an oath to uphold the laws of this state and the Constitution of this state, the charter of this town, and the code of this town. If we're not doing it here in front of their faces, then I mean, we're obviously constantly talking about business items outside of these meetings. I believe what we're talking about here is chitter chatter, excessive sidebar, as was just mentioned. I agree with Councilman Garcia. If that's the case, then Mr. Mayor, that's literally your job. You are the chair of this meeting. If the meeting is getting out of order, that's where you need to step in. That's what that gavel is for. That's it.
Councilman, I just want to say that's why maybe this rule is important, because right now, I don't know. I can't just gavel you down. Hey, I hear sidebar. Councilman Garcia spoke to Councilman Ronald. You guys got to stop, you know. And you're right. We're all adults, and I think that puts an onus on me that I'm going to be calling people, and it might be for no reason. Hey, I just told him the Heat. Amari Cooper just got traded today, you know. So he did, and Devontae Adams got. But I'm fine with it. Let's move forward and let's call the roll. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
If I may, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I may,
Councilwoman
before
Ronald.
you call the roll.
Yes.
I've been on the council now for many years, and this has never been an issue. And I know that no one has addressed it yet, but I did take offense to what the mayor said about Councilmember Moreira and the fact that Councilmember Dieguez is telling him what to do. I think that that's incredibly offensive. And since no one's bringing up decorum or collegiality, I find it important for me to do so. When I joined the council, I sat next to Councilmember Collazo. And thanks to him, I learned the ropes, right? Because when you sit next to someone for the first time on the dais, there are little nuances that you don't quite understand, and the meetings move quickly, and sometimes you need someone to explain something to you, not necessarily tell you how to vote or guide you in what to say, but kind of place you in the right posture from time to time until you get your feet wet. I think that we've all been there, so I don't think that it was kind or proper to say that that was the reason why Councilmember Dieguez switch seats. With regards to this particular conversation, I think it's absolutely ridiculous. I think that we can all govern ourselves. And I find it suspicious that this is coming up now at this time, right? Because we've had sidebars since I've been sitting up there. We've had all sorts of conversations. We've snickered at each other. We've made comments that perhaps we shouldn't have made when we're not at our happiest. And we've also talked about children and vacations. And we sit up there for hours and hours and hours. And sometimes we lean over to our colleagues and ask, how are the kids? How was your vacation? I think this whole conversation is absolutely ridiculous. We can all govern ourselves. And I don't think that any of this is appropriate. So I won't be supporting this.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Morano. And that was a great point that she made, similar when she got up here sitting next to you. And those were the same point I was making. Never insinuated that Councilman Dieguez and Councilman Moreno were breaking sunshine law. It was very similar, right? Hey, this is not a point of order. This is not. It was never that insinuation. So,
Mr. Mayor, just before we close, and I think a lot of it has to do, and I agree with Councilwoman Morano, a lot of it has to do with timing, right? When we applaud a colleague and say, hey, great job coaching, and then the very next item is to talk about how things are happening here, sidebar, right? I think the timing of it is suspect, and that's why I think she took offense to it. At least that's why, I'm going to be quite honest with you, I came out very offended by it, because at the same time, I have never witnessed anybody here, especially Tony, yourself, Councilman Garcia, or anybody here ever say anything relevant to an issue that we're talking about. I have heard snickers and queers and jeers and people slamming things, but never to the point where it rises to a sunshine violation. So I think the timing of it, right, to compliment a colleague for coaching another colleague through a meeting, and then at the same time, a few moments later, having another colleague put an item that questions our integrity here as a council, I think is what kind of rubbed everybody the wrong way. So I couldn't agree more with Councilwoman Morano kind of speaking up on that issue. So I don't think it has an issue to do with what you said. It's just the timing of how it kind of came out that kind of put everybody on edge. So I agree with everybody's comment that we're kind of adults, but I have never witnessed a sunshine violation or something that would raise that level that our council's integrity is being questioned. And I'm ready to vote on the item, but you guys can continue to debate it. But
I'm ready to vote as well.
I'd just like to ask the Madam Clerk, where are we at? Is there an amendment or
Yes.
it's the main motion?
We're in the second amendment by Vice Mayor Fernandez, motion seconded by Council Member Garcia to amend or edit Section 4.1 of the Special Rules of Order, specifically so that no sidebarred conversations are held amongst the town council. Am I correct, Vice Mayor? That is the amendment number 2. Are we ready?
So I just wanted to make something very clear and why I said those comments. I get here one day and I look at Raul. Well, Raul, what happened? Councilman Dieguez told me to move. And I never thought about it. Then I see, talking about time, an item that has come back 3 or 4 times and has been postponed 3 or 4 times. So I haven't had a chance to speak on this ever since that move. I can't call Councilman Dieguez and talk to him. Hey, why did you make that move? So I didn't know in my 12 years up here, a council member's never done that in terms of just showing up one day, said, hey, tell somebody move, this is where I'm sitting. We've all kind of respected, hey, this is a process, this is where you sit. So that's where I'm coming from. And the same way on timing, I haven't had a chance to chime in on this because it wasn't like, I can't go up to Councilman Dieguez and tell him, hey, why did you tell the town attorney to move when we've been doing that for years and it hasn't been? The reason I had moved it that way, so it could be symmetrical in the middle, it's not that big of a deal. But that's how it was brought to my attention, was the attorney. I looked at him, I'm like, what are you doing sitting over here? He just told me, Councilman Dieguez showed up and told me to move. So and then I see the item. But that was my perspective, and that's when I first heard about it.
So if I may, Mr. Mayor, maybe you missed a meeting, though, when I presented it as an NBI, but I did put my thoughts on the record where that came from, which is that from observing other cities and observing how things were working between us ever since Raul had been moved here, I did make a comment that I always thought it was more efficient for them to sit together, because I've seen it countless times where either Lorenzo has to waltz all the way to this side to talk to Raul, which can be in itself a little distracting, or other staff members have had to walk over here, as opposed to keeping them all of staff and the charter officers on one side. So it's more efficient to me. It's less of a distraction in general for the public. And, you know, again, I've seen it where the attorney and the manager need to be right next to each other. And they kind of, you know, remind each other of things that were covered in their briefing. It's just more proactive that way and more efficient. That's where the idea came from.
Understood. And I think we're ready.
Mr. Mayor, just very, very quickly, I just want to put it on the record in case, you know, for the education of anybody listening at home, the 3 charter officers are able to discuss items and things amongst themselves. They are not bound by Sunshine. So when Councilman Dieguez mentioned that they speak to each other, I wanted to clear up that they're allowed to speak to each other during the meeting. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, on the amendment, please call the roll.
And to you.
So, Councilmember Dieguez.
No.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
No.
Councilmember Morera.
No.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion does not pass.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please call the roll on the main item.
So item 13A, motion by Councilmember Dieguez, seconded by Councilmember Garcia. Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Morera.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Nope.
Mayor Sid.
No.
The motion passes. Item 13A.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to the next item, which is item 13B. Ms. Schock.
I'm sorry. Let me correct the roll call. We have 4 yeses and 3 nos, but we were all instructed by the town attorney a few minutes ago that in order for the special rules of order to be amended, we
You need a
need
supermajority.
2/3. Is that
But
correct?
is this a special rule of order where I sit?
13A is amending the special rules of order.
So
I
you had
was-
said
we were
before,
just
Mr. Attorney.
instructed. I'm just repeating
Yeah, no, I
what you
understand,
said 15 minutes ago.
No, I understand that, but where I sit is a special rule of order?
They're amending the special rules of order. So we have 4 yeses, which is for the motion to pass. But you instructed us that we needed 2/3, so that would be 5 yeses.
But I don't understand why this is a special rule of order.
Because traditionally, where we sit is dictated by the mayor, but that's just set by custom. There's nothing formal on that. So in the same vein, this was just formalizing that the charter officers should always sit together. And for that reason, in order to make it binding.
The special rules of order?
For that reason, to make it binding, it's going into the special rules of order, which govern how we run the meetings. That's why.
All right, but I'm trying to understand.
You said it a couple minutes ago, and I know the clerk heard it as well. You chimed in.
Thank you for reminding me.
No, but I'm saying, but you chimed in, and it's a 4-3 vote.
I just don't understand why this is a special rule of order.
Well, if I may, Mr. Attorney, again, I'm just following the advice I was given. So I think.
But isn't the special rules of order? It says that the mayor. I know it's custom and practice, dude. I've sat everywhere up here. I don't mind. I'll sit wherever I have to sit. It's not because of that.
The resolution that's before all of you and the attachment was to enshrine the position of where the charter officers sit. It was part of the special rules of order. But a while back, you all amended the special rules of order to require that any future amendments to the special rules of order, I think it's Rule 7.2, requires 2/3 vote. So
Look.
It's the last section,
Look, it's a 4-3 vote. This is asinine. This is petty. I'm not going to move Councilman Dieguez, right? Just move forward. That's it. It died. I'm not going to move him. These types of rules are not necessary. If he wants to sit there, let him sit there. It is outside the custom. I preferred you being there, but it's fine. I'm not going to go back and forth. We move forward. Not one resident has called to complain about this. Nobody called me and said that they wanted to change in the way that we're seating. Let's move forward. Let's move forward and focus on more important things. Councilman Dieguez, you can stay there. It is what it is. We're moving forward. We're moving on to the next item, which is 13B, which is adopting state legislative priorities for 2025.
Yeah, Mayor.
Yes.
Yeah, these are the items that were the product of the workshop that the council had, and it is the projects for appropriation request, as well as the policy or statutory items, the 5G tower that have been passed by this council in the past, as well as the rock mining legislation that had been passed by this council in the past.
Are there motions to adopt our legislative priorities?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Great presentation, Madam Schock. Good job. You're ready. You're ready. We're moving on to item 13C.
Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, this item came before you a few months back when we were in conversations with the Miami-Dade Police Department, and we thought we were in agreement on the extension, but also one minor change, which was the change in notice for leaving, either the police department giving us notice that they don't want to serve us anymore, or we providing them notice that we don't want them to serve us anymore. We had put before you a change to make it 36 months instead of 12 months. Since that time, the Miami-Dade Police Department has gone through some command staff changes, and with the advent of the sheriff coming up, they approached us and asked if we could just leave it as is, the same way it's been for the last 25 years. So it's still a 5-year extension. The only change from what you saw in the summer was the change now to revert it back to what it's always been, which is 12-month notice either side.
So,
through the mayor to the manager, how much time is left on the existing contract?
Minus 11 days or whatever it's been. It expired on September 30th.
Okay.
So I'm going to make a motion because I really think this is awesome news. I'm going to move to hold this off till the council meeting when the new council gets sworn in and the sheriff gets sworn in. I think there's an amazing opportunity to sit down with the new sheriff and renegotiate specifically the administrative fee. We can save hundreds of thousands of dollars. And it's only holding it off for about a month and a half till our next meeting. I'm going to move to table this to the next council meeting and give that new council an opportunity to meet with the sheriff specifically on that fluctuating percentage of the management fee. If we can move it down to a flat fee instead of that percentage, we will be doing really well. We'll have more than enough money to hire officers, but I'll leave that up to that next council.
Mayor, before you mentioned until the next council meeting.
In November when the new council.
Right after the new council.
So when the sheriff gets sworn in.
Okay, that's the clarification. So I'll second.
Discussion. It's an item to table.
Just, Mr. Mayor, what gives you the idea that if we hold this off, I think, did I hear you right saying that we're at negative 11 days?
Yeah, the
So
previous.
so right now there's no contract governing our relationship?
There's a provision in the contract that so long as we're in negotiations and going through these kinds of processes
good
of
faith.
getting this approved, that they continue to provide service. They're still here. So,
We have,
but
Mr. Mayor, zero plan in place to go towards our own police department. We have zero funds set aside for that purpose.
I don't know who mentioned that.
I feel that, I know, but I feel that the sheriff would know that. Why would they want to renegotiate or bring down their fee?
Because the new sheriff, it's a different process. The new sheriff is accountable directly to the people. One of the things that happens now.
Of all Miami-Dade, not of Miami Lakes.
100%. And both of the candidates are extremely supportive of contract cities. A lot of that fluctuating fee, whoever it is, maybe you're the one that gets tapped to negotiate on behalf of the council. That fluctuating fee for me is asinine, right? It should not happen. It should be a flat fee where we're able to save hundreds of thousands of dollars. Today I know when you were like $800,000 in that fee. I mean, it's really, really high, where the reality is our residents already pay a larger millage to the county for operational purposes than they do just to the municipality. And our residents don't get as many services. We end up providing a lot of those services. So there's a great opportunity there with that new sheriff, which they're both, one of them actually already stated that they're going to move to Miami Lakes publicly if they were to get elected. It is very advantageous for us to go down that route because I feel if this gets approved I mean, it's only a month. This gets approved tonight, that sheriff's gonna get it. It's gonna become a big bureaucracy, but I think if we go in good faith, whatever, that new group in 30 days, I really believe there is, and I've spoken to both in the past. I've ran into both on the campaign trail. They're both very supportive of contract cities, and I think it's a really phenomenal opportunity to do some positive change in terms of that administrative fee.
Nothing against all three mayoral candidates who are present here, but candidates say a lot of things while they're campaigning, especially for an office like the sheriff, which we all know has been, you know, it was a wild west of a race, especially in the primary. I'm looking at this as a contracts attorney, and it's all about leverage. Once they're there, she owes a duty to Miami-Dade County, not to Miami Lakes. Why would, and I said she, I shouldn't have said that. Whoever gets elected is going to have a duty to Miami-Dade County, not to the town of Miami Lakes. Why would that person not try to bring in as many revenue dollars from existing contracts or from new contracts as possible, especially knowing that they have all the leverage, because Miami Lakes has no plan and no funds set aside for its own police department, which leaves us with one option, the county's police district. That's just where I struggle.
Our residents actually vote, right? Today they don't. Today they're completely held out of the process. Our residents actually will vote for that new sheriff. I mean, and our residents will be that new sheriff's constituent, even though they're going to be tasked with specifically a lot of the unincorporated areas, but that new sheriff is accountable directly to our residents who vote in this process, which that's the big difference maker in all of this, right? In our residents, you're going to have 18,000 Miami Lakes residents vote in this election. That's where I think there's such an awesome opportunity. Look, if you guys decide not to do it, when I saw this on the agenda, I said, if we could hold this off 30 days, and if it's you, Councilman Morera, in terms of gets tapped to negotiate it, I promise you, I believe it's very well worth it. So I'll give you an example. Years ago, the previous manager tapped me to negotiate some of the changes to the contract, and they worked. The county wasn't going to say no. We went in good faith. One of the reasons why we have the major now for over 3 years is because we changed it in the contract. One of the reasons we're able to advertise and write the advertisements for new officers, we changed it in the contract. We made a lot of different changes through that process, and that was through a bureaucratic process. Now our residents actually vote in this process, which I just really see it as an advantageous position, and they're both very supportive of Contract City. So again, I'm not going to be here. I just see it as you all having a tool there that you can, in good faith, bring that you tell that sheriff to come in, sit him down. They're not going to, more than likely, I can tell you, they're not going to say no. If you tell them a flat fee, you're going to have not only us, you're going to have Palmetto Bay and Color Bay following our lead on this issue. So again, if you all vote no, you vote no, but I really see it as advantageous. Our residents are going to vote for that person, and they're going to be constituents of that sheriff.
Through the chair to the manager. If, as you mentioned before, if we are debating this and negotiating in good faith, and postpone that till next month, are services remaining the same as far as the police department, the number of officers on the street? Is there any service level reductions because we are negotiating in good faith and we postpone it for about a month?
Yeah, there is no meeting next month, so it
I
really
mean,
it wouldn't be until January till we have another council meeting. But I don't know. So they may say, we negotiated in good faith. This is what it is. We've extended. They did not want to extend for 5 years. They only wanted to extend a shorter time period. We're the ones, and Cutler Bay and Palmetto Bay have already ratified, their elected officials have already ratified this agreement, this same agreement that's before you.
Through the chair to the town manager, to the city attorney, what are your thoughts as far as if we are discussing the current contract and the service levels, if we wait till January, will the service levels remain the same according to the contract?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Again, we can vote this up or down, and if it goes down, it goes down, but
Mayor, I'd like to be recognized. I have some questions
yes,
to the manager.
Councilman Collazo.
Thank you so much, Mayor. you know, and again, you make a very compelling point, and you always do with regards to, you know, just take a month and we can save 100,000, 200, 300,000 putting new officers on the street. And I think that's very compelling, at least for me. And I just want to make sure we're not oversimplifying the process. So to not get the wrong idea, and I think Councilman Garcia was kind of prefacing some of the questions that I have. Can this be done within the next 30 days? You've already clarified it's not going to be done within the next 30 days. At a minimum, you quoted January, but I want to make sure that we're comparing the right numbers.
Yeah, within the next 30 days, there is no new sheriff, because I believe that the new sheriff, even though they'd be elected now at the beginning of November, they don't take office until January. So these negotiations wouldn't be had until sometime, and I'm sure this is not the first thing that he or she is going to be tackling. So it would be probably several months before they'd be able to have a conversation about this.
So you're estimating possibly January?
No, they take office in January. And what I'm saying is that this is probably not high on their priority list. They have other things of just establishing their office and the transition between the county and the sheriff's office. There's going to be a lot of things that are going to be much more important to the sheriff's before this item. So I believe that this item is going to be many, many months before they would get to have a conversation about this. And the provision in our agreement, this status quo provision that allows them to continue serving our community has a limit. It's not a perpetual, right? So you can be having conversation, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I haven't looked at it today, but I believe it's only 12 months. So by the time the sheriff gets elected, gets into office, goes through all the transition, it could easily be bumping up against that 12-month period. And then our leverage, in the sense of our options of what we can or cannot do, would be diminished.
Right. So I'm understanding what you're saying, and moving it along, you believe it'll be closer to 12 months. With regards to this particular administrative fee, have you tried to negotiate this particular administrative fee with the county prior to the new sheriff?
It is an item that is a county-wide administrative fee. It's a percentage and the percentage is not just a number that they pull out of thin air. The percentage is an item that they pull by quantifying what the cost is of their, it's not countywide, it is department-wide. It is an item that they quantify, that they create by saying, okay, the training center, right? Obviously, we don't have a training center. The Miami-Dade, our officers go to the Miami-Dade Police Department's training center. So then they say the cost of running their training center is X. They have 3,000 police officers. They say, okay, divided by 3,000 police officers, and we have 50 police officers, then we pay our fair share. And that's how, little by little, training, internal affairs, all of these different elements that make up that administrative fee is built from the bottom up. It's not just some percentage that they come up with. It is built from the bottom up, almost like a zero-based budget, and they build up from the bottom based on all of these administrative operations that go into supporting our operational officers here in the field.
Understood. So being that we're not going to get to you don't believe that they'd be open to negotiating this anytime soon. Is there any way that you can get feedback from the department?
Well, we did. At least the department, those in command now, until the advent of somebody else being in command, this is what they want to do. They want to just leave it as is. The only thing they want to do, all parameters or all provisions in the agreement, they want to leave it as is, other than extend for 5 more years.
Is there any language, and this now to the attorney, Mr. Attorney, is there any way that we can insert language that would leave the administrative fee open to negotiation and ratify the current contract as is? Could we propose language to revisit and I guess it's in the spirit of trying to maintain or keep open lines of communication and negotiation moving forward, and then seeing if they would be open to revisiting that?
Councilman, the problem, and I think the manager could allude to this, is that we've been negotiating back and forth with them, I think since last summer is the first time that we started talking with them.
We initiated this conversation over a year ago.
Yeah. And we had everything kind of squared up. The one change that they made, which I think is a significant change, I can't say otherwise, is that under the original provision, we had to give each other 3 years' notice if we're going to, break away from the agreement. Now they want that reduced to 1 year, which if that's enacted, it would give us less time to look at alternatives.
Councilman Collado,
Thank-
you still have the floor.
No, thank you. No, I'm done.
So
Thank you.
Real quick, Councilman Gazo brings up a good point. If we can add that, similar to how they changed it, if we could add that in there, and if need be, we'll bring it back at the next council meeting. Because I think that's a good compromise. Add that language, send it back to them. It's not controversial, and then bring it back at the next council meeting. I'd be fine with that. And that is a possibility, correct?
It's always a possibility.
So
The contract hasn't been inked, but
similar to how they changed it, if we add that language as an option, we send it back to them, and then you guys bring it back at the next council meeting.
yeah, I mean, understand that that department is in complete flux. This is not something that's number one on their priority. We can present it to them. There's a good chance that they're going to say no.
No, they have to agree to it.
Yeah, they
Again,
have to agree to it.
I'll get involved in this process. So if you guys want me to, I'll get it. Like I was involved in the time before the last major change to the contract. So if you guys, I would be okay between now and the next council meeting. If we would add that
The
language.
next council, just a point of order, the next council meeting's in less than 2 weeks, correct?
Yep.
So in less than 2 weeks, do you foresee this delay causing any issues with the contract?
I don't think 2 weeks, Mr. Manager.
To try, right? To
Yeah.
try what the mayor's saying, to try to give him the opportunity to see if they'd be open to it. If they're not, they're not.
I believe it's worth a try.
I'll make I'll get involved.
So, I mean, if nothing's going to happen within the next 2 weeks, the opportunity to try, I think, would be a wasted opportunity if we didn't take it. So I would be completely in favor of just trying within the next 2 weeks, then bring it back. If they say no, they say no, and we move forward.
So I withdraw my motion, make a motion to bring this back in 2 weeks, give us a chance to add the language that Councilman
I'll second
Collado
that.
proposed. There's a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. So, Mr. Manager, Mr. Attorney, please involve me in that. I'll make a call to that county staff. Then we're moving on to the next item. That's Councilman Morera's item.
Morera.
Item 14A. We're not changing anything. It's in terms of there's no motion to waive any rules. Councilman Morera, item 14A.
So this is a item that is probably more complicated on paper than what it really is, and it's because I have a tendency to try to find the solution from the moment I find the problem. But in talking with the manager and the building director, the solution that I offer in the written version of the NBI apparently doesn't really work out. Here's my motion, and then in discussion I'll elaborate a little bit. I'd like to move to direct staff to work on amendments to section, help me out here, 13-1506 of the town code to make it a little bit more fair to our residents with smaller backyards. I'll stop there for a second, and I'll elaborate if I do get a second.
I'll second.
Thank you. If I may, Mr.
Yes, Councilman Morera.
Essentially, the main issue that I found, there was a P&Z meeting not too long ago where an application for a pergola was denied. You know, I not to second guess or question the authority or the judgment of the P&Z. They were just applying the code. That's their job, and so nothing against them. Rather on us as the ones with the power to make the code. These residents with smaller backyards, that precious little real estate that you have, you really want to maximize your use of it. For our residents in West Miami Lakes, especially west of 87th, both south and north of Satori, those backyards are limited, and the way that the rule is written kind of unfairly makes it to where they can't really put a decent-sized pergola in the backyard. So I want to work with Danny to see if we can come up with a more equitable rule that allows them to use it up, because right now, we live in South Florida. If you don't have shade, you cannot be outside. And that being said, I don't think anyone up here is in favor of, I'm not in favor of allowing free reign to cover up an entire backyard. That's not what we're aiming for here. We can impose proportion limits based on the proportion of the required rear yard. But let's just make sure that people are able to use their backyard for something other than tanning, basically, because that's all you can do in some of those backyards.
There was a second, correct?
Yes.
All right, Vice Mayor.
So I have a couple questions for staff. Do we have an idea how many such projects have come before planning and zoning for variances?
I don't know, but I think that is a recurring variance request in the P&Z board. Lorenzo, is that something you would know? I know Susana's not here.
Repeat the question.
So I had an interest in knowing how many applications for similar structures have been reviewed for variances by P&Z.
So there has been several, especially dealing with pergola. And there is some disconnect with regards to the proportionality, especially when you deal with RU1 zones and you deal with RUZ zones, and maximizing that space. So I believe, and I think this is something that both Raul and I took a look at with regards to pergolas, that a revision in the code to make it a little bit more equitable is a good idea.
I just thought that the way it's worded is just not, and I can't remember exactly what the situation was, but the way it's worded, it's just, it's confusing, because there was, what I recall, one person who wanted to build less of an encroachment could not do so because he was too far away, whereas someone who was closer could build. It was very quirky and hard to read.
I think you're describing the difference between accessory structures versus canopies. Did I get that right,
yeah.
Danny?
Correct.
See, you'd be proud. And yeah, essentially, there's a different limit if the structure is physically attached to the home, like on one side, like a regular pergola is, versus if it's a gazebo that's fully
Right,
separate.
detached.
It's a different limit. So, just to clarify, make it a little easier to read and understand, and maybe hopefully take a little bit of a caseload off of the P&Z.
Yeah, council member, what we could do, and just to expedite the meeting, is schedule for you to meet with Susana, Danny, and Lorenzo. That way you guys can beat it up, and then, because you're not really approving any final change tonight, then that way you can beat it up, you can get their input, and then you can decide what you want to propose, and then you bring it back as a ready-to-go ordinance change, and
Sure.
then we can do it that way.
The main
That
point
works.
of bringing it here is so that when I go to meet with them, if any of you had any comments or any point of views on this, it saves a lot of time of me not bringing something unnecessarily up, and then it just gets bombarded. But, like I said, to just work with them. If you have anything that you want me to bring to them, I'm happy to do it.
Right. So the point that I wanted to raise was that I wanted staff to do some due diligence on exactly how many applications have come before us for variances in time for the next meeting, and then I want to make sure to review all of those applications that were submitted for variances under the lens of whatever change we make, just to make sure that the change that we make to the ordinance would eliminate the need for those variances, right? And I think that's something we should try to do more of. If we have situations where we're constantly getting a lot of requests for variances that are being approved, then tweaking the code in that respect, if it's something that we typically approve anyway.
Mr. Vice Mayor, the one change I would ask to what you just said is, you said by the next meeting, we're meeting in 2 weeks. If you could eliminate that restriction.
No, by the, I'm sorry, I misspoke. By the next meeting at which this item will be heard. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to bring a point up, and I believe that Director Alonso has a question or some comment she wants to make, is some of the changes you made tonight, especially with regards to the fees and the fines, and pegging those to when, kind of aging them, right, is going to have a huge impact, I believe, and I think Ms. Alonso believes as well, on variance requests that we're going to get. Why? Because, unfortunately, folks know exactly how our mitigation program has worked until tonight, which basically allows someone to build a pergola, many times without permits. They get a code violation. They don't do anything. They wait until time is to sell the property. Then they try to pull the permits, or they try to to fix the situation, or even maybe demolish the structure. And at that point, maybe they'll get 1 day's fine for coming into compliance. That will no longer be the case. And so the way that the fines are structured will have a lot more teeth. What that's going to mean is that there's folks that are really going to want to come into the town hall and request these variances for these structures, many of which we have many illegal structures, and I think Danny could probably speak a little bit more to that, in which they're going to be wanting to come into compliance.
And what I wanted to add to that is that most of the variances that most of the variance requests that we have, whether they're granted or not, because obviously they're all in individual basis afterward, they're actually requests for existing structures that were built without permits. So these are not necessarily requesting a variance because they do have a practical difficulty or a special hardship that would make the request in any way necessary. If the structure wasn't already built, they would not be requesting a variance, because there's always ways to get, shade in your rear yard without a variance. And there is plenty of provisions. Now, can we discuss whether, I think what Mr. Castesi was referring to was a property that was, so the limit right now is 25 feet to the rear yard. So if you have a yard that is less than 25 feet, which is our minimum setback for a rear yard, and but we do have some yards that are 20, some that are 15, especially on denser areas where even some people that only have 10 feet worth of a yard in the back. Under the current canopy and accessory structure, under the prior canopy and accessory structure ordinance that we had, they couldn't get any shade in the backyard because it basically didn't fit. And what we did is allow the same amount of shade that they were allowed as an accessory structure and allow them to basically stick it to the house, right? So that now is attached to the home, and they can have more or less the same amount of square footage covered, but it's now not encroaching or because you do have to have a separation from the home. Do you see what I'm saying? So basically by moving the entire structure next to the house, we're coming up with the same, more or less, square footage of coverage, and they are getting a nice shade structure where they can put in a summer kitchen and or other things. Now, the issue is that because the limit was for smaller yards, which allow them to have half of the distance to the setback. In a 25-foot yard, that's 12 and a half, right? If you have a smaller yard, you get 10 feet. So if you have a 20-foot yard, you get 10 feet. If you have even a smaller yard of 15 feet, now you get 7.5, but you do get a little bit more space than if you're just doing a separate structure. Am I making sense? The problem that we encountered at one point was a gentleman who wished to have the 12.5 feet, but his yard was a little larger. It was 26 feet or 28 feet, not the 25-foot minimum. So he didn't meet that portion of and that variance was granted. And he was given the variance for the 12.5 feet. It's a proper use of the variance. And we could consider whether we want to allow the same, but even if it's a 20-foot, a 28-foot setback, we would have to do then 14 because it would be still halfway, right? So now we're really granting a larger structure. Does that make sense? So that's why the 25-foot kind of was a happy place to stop, because it was making 12.5 feet, which is a nice set, a nice, area to be covered and big enough and not huge, if that kind of.
The other question that I had that came up while the deputy town manager was explaining the process, I'm sorry, town attorney, the item that was approved earlier this meeting, changing the way that we enforce these violations, is that it was in first reading? Is that effective tonight? Is that how is that? Is it zoning in progress? How does that work?
It would be, it could be considered zoning in progress and be enforced as of tonight, going into second reading. Yes.
Council, anything else? There was a motion. Second, are we going to, Councilman Morera, you're going to meet with staff and bring it back, or is that the game plan, or?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We're good. Thank you. Next item is my item. I brought this up because I have a lot of residents who ask me about different employment opportunities with the town. Obviously, we know we're a contract city, and I had several residents ask me about how to get employed at one of our guard gates. And just a quick search, I saw one of our vendors, SFM, had employees that they were looking for across the board, guard gates, folks to work sometimes at our parks, depending on which contract they have. A lot of things that actually have to do with the town. So I just wanted to make a motion to see vendors like SFM, vendors like our tree trimming folks, if we could put their links on our website under employment opportunities and just make it very clear. Obviously, you won't be a town employee, but these are town vendors that have open positions. Like SFM has 14 positions today, a lot of them security guards, specifically here in the town, janitors, and tree trimming folks. So I just wanted to make a motion to that effect to add their links on our.
I'll second it as well.
So I was gonna bring up the point that you made at the end, just making sure that we have a disclaimer that says that these positions do not constitute employment with the town of Miami Lakes directly, and we have a disclaimer there. Otherwise, I'm fine with it. I think a lot of times when we get to the part of the budget process where we review the carry forward, some of the services that we budget for go unexpended because the contractors are not able to perform those duties because either they don't have staffing or they don't. So I think this is it behooves us to make sure that they're able to staff and provide the services that we expect from them.
Yeah, what we'll do is we'll put it in our employment section, but separate it from our jobs so that there's a clear distinction, maybe some kind of a bulletin board where they can post the jobs themselves. We'll give them access or something to that effect, and we'll figure out the right way to do it.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, if I could be recognized.
Councilman Collazo.
Thank you. That's exactly kind of the idea that I had when I read the new business item. If it could be something that is passive to our staff and kind of puts the onus on those employers, just because I'd hate to task our staff now with combing through all of our vendors, seeing what jobs are available, especially in Miami Lakes. So if it can be something that's kind of passive, that they can have access or they can post or they can kind of manage that process, I think it'll be a lot better than kind of putting it back on our end, on the back end of our platform to put it on there. So if you can figure out someone with that software, if they can do that, I think that'd be right on point. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? See none. The motion passes. Councilman Diegues with item 14C.
Thank you. And this is very straightforward. This is just co-designating Fairway Drive as Rusi Schobel Way or Drive, whatever you want to do. But the important thing is that Ms. Schobel is a longtime doctor in our community, a pediatrician. Actually, Councilman Collazo just pointed out that she actually is Luke, the boy's doctor, correct?
Yeah, and as just a point of order, I believe that when the agenda was published, I requested from the clerk to be added as a co-sponsor on this item. So if you're okay with it, I'd like to co-sponsor the item. She's been a pediatrician here for many families for many, many years.
Correct. Yeah, I have no problem with you joining as a co-sponsor. And again, she has been there in the same location too for many years, well over 1 or 2 decades. But she's also a longtime member of the Zonta Club, and so this request actually came from Marie Korenstein specifically. So this would be something nice to do for Dr. Schobel and to honor her longtime commitment to our community. So that is my motion, and I urge its adoption.
Second.
Dr. Schobel's awesome people. I love Dr. Schobel. Ruth is an amazing person, and 100% in favor. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to the next item, 14D.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and this is my item. So, you know, one of the things, and I know Councilman Dieguez in the past has championed improving the onboarding process for electeds. But one of the things that I feel that we can definitely do to improve the process is adding a training on Robert's Rules of Order, right? And we're gonna have a situation unlike we've had in a very, very long time in this town. We're gonna have a lot of new council members and a new mayor sitting up here in a few months, and I think it's worthwhile to go over Robert's Rules and some of the constraints that go with it. You know, I think and this is a very, very experienced council that's up here. The mayor's been here 12 years. Some of us have been here 4 years, 6 years, 8 years, however much. But just last meeting, there was a situation where an item that was under discussion, the budget, which is probably the most important thing that we do as a body, was up for discussion, and one of the members of this council called the question, and there was unfortunately a lack of parliamentary clarity as far as the issue. Robert's Rules requires that when the question is called, that there be no debate and no discussion, and that there immediately be a vote that requires 2/3 of the body to approve it. Subsequent to the vote on calling the question, then if the motion to call the question is successful, the question is therefore called subsequent to that, right? And that's something that we did not do. I felt that I had comments to put on the record that I was unable to do. Because the question was called prematurely and incorrectly, and I want to make sure that does not happen to other councils going forward. So my new business item is to make sure that we have a Robert's Rules of Order training for the incoming council.
I'll second your item.
All those
One just thing is, in terms of timeline, I would just recommend December, once the dust settles and everyone has a chance to get into their seats.
Got it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to the next item, 14E. Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we know, Amendment 4 is coming up on November 5th ballot. Supreme Court decided to allow the states to make these decisions as far as the termination of pregnancies. I would encourage my colleagues to not support the amendment because it does not allow the state legislator, the elected officials, to make the determination that the Floridian voters would like. They're receiving thousands of calls on this item, and they will be able to make these decisions in the legislature and be able to make the decision that best fits all of Floridians. So I would encourage with this resolution for us not to support Amendment 4.
I'll second it for discussion.
Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, and I'm going to join in supporting the motion, but I just also wanted to clarify that the legislature still has a role to play in this, but the problem that I have especially is that the amendment text states that abortion is allowed up until viability. So what's going to happen is that the legislature is going to say, well, we determine viability is X, and then the special interest groups are going to sue and say, no, we believe it's Y. And then we're going to go back and forth litigating this. It's really not going to solve anything. So I just wanted to clarify that, but I'm 100% supportive of this, especially myself as somebody who tends to be pro-life. So thank you for bringing this, Councilman Garcia.
I just have a question mainly for the attorneys. First of all, to Councilmember Garcia, I actually really thank you for bringing the item. I 100% agree with the position stated. My question to the council, or to our town attorneys, are we allowed to do this? Like, I feel like this is very political and influencing, like taking a position on a political item.
Yeah.
It's fine?
As a body, you're allowed to take a position on any legislation that's coming before the state or federal government, and you're allowed to.
We do it all the time.
Okay,
We do it
just
all
wanted
the
to make sure.
time.
So I wanted to put my thoughts on the record, and obviously my position being pro-life is more than enough to influence how I'm going to be voting on this item. But similar to Councilman Dieguez, I wanted to talk about one of the items of concern regarding parental consent. That's an area that to me is very troubling and could have very troubling, mental health consequences, and making sure that parents are informed about what is happening to their children and able to help them through that process is of paramount importance to me. So that's the reason I really support the resolution as a matter of public policy. I think it's flawed, notwithstanding that, my views on being pro-life are unwavering. Thank you.
Any further discussion? I'm 100% in favor of it. I heard, I know the Archdiocese has taken a very strong stance on this issue, even at church. The church this weekend, and the priest talked about the viability of life for a very long time, and how important it is. So definitely very important to be pro-life. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to the next item. My item. Wanted to bring this up. Marcel Felipe is a good friend. So is Diego Suarez. They've, with the influx of so many of our brothers and sisters from the island of Cuba the last several years, I think there's about 750,000. There's been dozens upon dozens of people who've been former agents who've actually harmed other human beings. One in particular had a role in the Brothers to the Rescue plane shoot down, and one of them was a resident PSN right down the street from us. They visited the town often, and what I promised them was to pass a resolution in support of their efforts to weed out a lot of these folks that are in our community. One of the failures of the southern border, and one of the failures of even our porous water border, is a lot of these bad folks, bad actors, are here, and specifically in our community in Dade County, and they're working hard with the State Department to make sure that all those folks who were communists in Cuba, who committed acts of repression, violent acts, harmed human beings, similar to that general that came in through Miami International Airport, that those folks are sent back to Cuba, that they should not be here, and in the efforts of the American Museum of the Cuban Diaspora. Just want to make a motion in support of all their efforts, because that's, I saw it from folks who were in disbelief that a lot of these people get here, they did terrible things in Cuba, they get here and they're given food stamps, they're given housing, they're given health care, yet these people were the oppressors of our parents and grandparents and great-grandparents, and now they're enjoying all the fruits of the labor of the exile community and everybody else in the United States. So just want to make a motion in support of the museum's efforts.
Second.
Discussion?
Yeah, can you, for my benefit, what specifically is the museum doing? Like, what are they advocating for?
So Marcel Felipe and Diego had a press conference the other day, and I know our meeting got canceled. They had invited me. I couldn't make it, so I told them, look, I'll put it on the agenda. There was one particular person. There's dozens of cases, but one particular case that they are petitioning directly the federal government to intervene, because the individual is a witness in the shoot down of he was a general at the Brothers to the Rescue years ago. He was there, so they want to bring him in as a witness in that trial against the Castro regime, specifically Raul Castro. But there are dozens of other collaborators that are here today. I mean, they get caught all the time. So they've taken a very strong stance directly with the State Department to make sure that those people aren't here. Like, people can't believe that they come here. They murdered U.S. citizens, and they get free health care right off the bat. I mean,
So are
it's-
they trying to advocate then for a change in State Department rules? That's specifically.
Well, in this specific case, it's to bring that guy in because he's a witness, right? He was part of this. It's part of a bigger trial of the Brothers to the Rescue against the Cuban government. So I told him, you know, we're in the heart. Every single one of us is a member of the Cuban exile community. We're in the heart of that community, and yeah, I couldn't believe when they told me the amount of folks who are here today it's insane. But in this particular case, is that and their role seeking out some of those folks that are literally coming in through MIA or the border, that they fly to Nicaragua and they literally walk from Nicaragua to the Mexican border. But they cross the border, and since they have protected status, the U.S. just brings them in. And a lot of times there's no background checks in Cuba. We know that the Cuban government, these folks are here today. So the museum has taken a very strong stance. They had that press conference with everybody, but that is the specific case, which is the Brothers to the Rescue case, to bring
and
final
I think
justice
that's
for
fine.
that family.
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to get a little more clarity, and I don't know if you know this, but Nelson Hernandez sits on the board with Marcel and all these guys. I think Jesus also does as well. So I'll reach out to him as well and get some additional input perhaps on how else we can help as a community in support of those efforts. But thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to Lake Quality, Councilman Dieguez.
So about a month and a half ago, a resident reached out to me. She was concerned because after her daughter had played in one of our lakes, she was complaining of a headache and wasn't feeling well. It turned out that everything was okay, but it just brought home for me the importance of making sure that our lakes live up to the recreational nature that they are supposed to exhibit, that they are supposed to be. And this is kind of going back to my time on the Neighborhood Improvement Committee, where I had made lake quality awareness a huge part of what we did there. And this is just simply directing staff to go ahead and reach out to all the remaining voluntary lake HOAs, like Lake Sarah, et cetera, and ask them if they want to hold NSD elections as well, so that they can become an NSD. Obviously, for example, on Lake Sarah for many years, and I think even to this day, the Crook family are the ones that take care of the Lake Sarah voluntary HOA, but obviously, death and taxes, right? So they won't be here forever. And so this is, I think, a good option for making sure that lake maintenance is never neglected. So that would be the first prong of my item. And then secondly, having staff come back to us with minimum standards for lake maintenance that we can go ahead and formally adopt if we don't already, and then provide for regular testing to ensure that the lake is meeting that minimum standard. So that is my motion.
Second.
Got it. A question for you. So options. What if these folks want to have an advisory board? They want to do they want to go down that route, but they want an advisory board.
My answer would be the same as it was before. No. They can pick up the phone and call us directly. They can call JP. They can call Ed. They can call any person directly and say, hey, this is what we want as part of our NSD, and they can provide that feedback. But again, there's no reason for them to have to take up staff time, have these regular meetings, bind themselves by sunshine, creating a cumbersome process where they put themselves in jeopardy. That would be my response.
Got it. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
I'm a no as well. 5-2, Madam Clerk. We're on to the next item, the budget, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I think that was actually a fantastic segue into my item. So the reason I filed this item was to be able to talk about some of the observations that I made during the budget process, and these were some of the thoughts that I wanted to put on the record. Last time, for the benefit of my colleagues going forward, right? We don't know what the future holds, but when I observed certain things, I wanted to make sure to memorialize them and put them in the record for posterity. One of the things, much to the point that Councilman Dieguez just made now, is staff time regarding NSD committees or lack thereof, right? So 2 years ago, when we went through the budget process, one of the things that and I want to thank Melissa and the manager for indulging me for as long as they did during the process. One of the things that we looked at extensively was the administrative costs that we pass along as a town to the NSDs, right? And there was definitely a desire on my part to reduce that administrative cost to the NSD. The biggest culprit of staff time and the justification for a lot of those expenses was the fact that we had the committees and we had a lot of committee meetings, right? We had 7 committees, 12 meetings a year. You can do the math. That's a lot of staff time and a lot of committees. Since the council has chosen to eliminate the committees, I think it would be prudent to go back in and recalibrate what that administrative cost is, because now that we are no longer hosting all of these committee meetings, I am sure that there is a savings, right? We're providing less service. We should be providing a savings to these NSDs by reducing their administrative fee going forward. That was one of my observations. The other observation is, and this one will be a segue to my later item. I'm a little bit concerned about the growth over time of certain departments within the organization, specifically departments that are ancillary and provide support services to things that are not necessarily core essential municipal services. So one in particular that I've become a little bit concerned about is, and it's a little bit difficult to track in the budget itself. That's actually one of the requests, to have the 3 line items consolidated, because there's a line item for communications, there's one for community affairs, and then there's one that's somewhere in between community affairs and communications. It's very difficult to track on the budget. But the net of those 3, the aggregate is a little bit shy of $450,000 a year, which I think is maybe a little bit more than we should be spending on that type of function. That also includes the support services for the committees. So it may be a situation where we may want to separate those functions. But I wanted to put those thoughts on the record too, just for the benefit of whomever will be sitting up here in 2 months. Thank you.
There was a motion? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. There's no motion, so thank you, Vice Mayor. We're on to my next item, real brief. One of the best processes that I participated in was our...
Mr. Mayor, I think you might have skipped over...
I did. I'm sorry. Pressure washing. I'm sorry. You see?
Remember that, Councilman.
It worked, yes, you see? But I told...
Yeah. So, thank you. So I had the opportunity to speak to the town manager on this. I know we had a situation, we saw it on Facebook, that someone brought up the fact that we had pressure wash the sidewalk, and an hour later after it rained, they got muddy. So people thought that we weren't doing our jobs. Turns out we were doing our jobs. We did pressure wash, but that area continuously, because of, I guess, the height of the what would you say, the grass, or it runs soil. So since this continues to happen, I guess I would want to direct the staff and yourself, sir, if you don't mind. Is there any way we can mitigate that by removing that sod, lowering the level of soil to get that grass to a point where because it's in a slope, that soil will not run off, and for us to continue to have that problem? And I guess the second thing is, if you see these situations, or staff sees situations that continue to happen, you can bring it to us. We'll figure out a way, because it costs more money and time to continue to have to pressure wash that. If there is an investment we can make in lowering the level of the soil, bringing the sod down, or doing something, leveling that area so it won't happen again, just for us to be more proactive when it comes to that, if that's something we can work on.
Jeremy, coming explain your assessment. Is it the sidewalk's too low, or the grass is too high, or?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeremy Bragdon, Director of Parks and Recreation. So yes, we actually assessed it that same night when we got the report, and what it was is these are all low points within these pocket parks.
Okay.
So both the soil and the sidewalks are taking a dip. So what happens is after they finish pressure washing, after all the water has been pushed into the grass and it comes back to the low points, it's bringing in all that fresh soil. So what we found that night was all the soil was dark. It wasn't mildew. It wasn't long-term effects from not pressure washing. So looking at it, essentially the only way is to level and bring up. So add groundwork to remove the sidewalk, lift those areas with ground cover, so soil and grass, and then redo the sidewalk. Now, the point here is also these parks were built and developed in a way where these green spaces were absorbing the water to keep it off the roadway. So by lifting it, we're then going to be looking at mostly pushing it back into the roadways area. So they act as retention areas essentially.
So when you're pressure washing that, that turns into that soil, the dark soil goes into the low areas.
Eventually it finds its way back. So
does that happen when it rains normally, where it rains, the soil gets eroded?
Some soil, but not to the extent, I believe, of
so then the pressure washing is causing the issue. In areas like that, can we request from our vendors, hey, be on the lookout for this? If that happens, can they push the soil away from just takes, I mean, pressure washers are pretty powerful. They can push it away in seconds to somewhere else.
What we can definitely look at is I can ask if timing-wise, labor-wise, because it's going to be time, if they can have a second sweep once they're complete of going ahead and picking any of these areas, but there may be a cost associated. We can look into that.
Well, I mean, how many areas, because it happens, because there's areas like that.
There are multiple areas. I don't have the total. I wouldn't be able to, I'd have to take a look. And
what I would ask, Jeremy, is this, I'm sure it's not the only area, right? So just to see if, I guess ask our vendors to be a little more proactive, and if they, same issues happening over again, hey, by the way, this is happening, how do we resolve it between the town and this? Hey, maybe they'll be willing to say, we got this, this is all right, we have a relationship, we want this to be safe, we want it to look good. And I'm sure the employee who did that job doesn't want to go back and see he did his job and it's dirty again. So I mean, just common sense things to be able to address that with any vendor where we see things happening constantly that maybe require a little more from them. And I think I speak for all of us, so we'll support that. I mean, as long as the job is done, right?
Yeah,
so,
Council Member.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, as Jeremy explained, the real solution is to raise the sidewalk a little bit so that does not happen, right? So, and since we have limited dollars for sidewalks, we always prioritize the ones that are damaged. They may be dirty, but they're intact in most of these areas. So we have concentrated the dollars that we do have on areas that the roots are raising them and they're cracked and they pose a danger.
Yeah, 100%.
Greater danger.
I'm not asking for, I mean, honestly, because if you clean the sidewalk and then that soil runs there, and it could become slimy and it could become dangerous. So instead of lifting that up, which by the way, water needs a low point. I mean, to direct it to drainage, and just coming up with a simple shovel and just getting rid of that dirt. I mean, I don't think I'm asking for, I mean, I don't think it's that complicated. Maybe it is. I'll go out with you. I'm just trying to figure out a way we can get it done without having to go back and.
To that extent, I think what I can do is I'll talk to our ground maintenance, and on their normal cycle visits, mowing, blowing, edging, if that can be something they can task on. It's few low points here and there and multiple parks, but it may be something that we can work out with them. So we can definitely look into that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I guess that I would ask our colleagues to just have the staff look into how we can mitigate that. Oh, thank you.
Mr. Manager, Mayor, if I could be recognized.
Yes, Councilman Corral.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, a similar situation came up in one of the pocket parks, and you came up with a unique solution using some barriers to kind of divert the water or keep it from coming back again, in particular the park across the street from Miami Lakes Elementary.
K-3, right?
Right. And I know while that might not be the appropriate solution in this park, I think sometimes that you guys have worked with your vendors to see how they can add some barriers to divert the water. And I know ever since you guys installed that particular solution in K8, it's never been an issue. And I would actually argue it's been a cost savings because it doesn't need to be cleaned as often. So I think the other thing, rather than trying to address the low point by diverting the water to other areas through the park that aren't going to create that dirt and muck and that buildup. I think you found the solution that's actually saved us money in the long run. So it's just, I don't know if that, I don't know the situation in that park, but if you guys can take a similar approach or similar look at it, that might be an opportunity.
Thank you, Councilman, and thank you to everybody. We're on to my item. Just wanted to bring this up. We all had an opportunity to participate in the Imagine Miami Lakes 2025 plan. About 90% of it is either done or in progress, which is a huge feat. Kudos to the council, staff, and our residents. But one of the things I like to do, one of the gifts that I think we can all leave the next council, is that at least especially knowing that their council meetings in January, it gives time for staff to work on it, is for staff to begin the process of at least outlining of what the schedule will look like for the next strategic plan, right? Whatever it may be, but already start looking at who the survey company is going to be, start looking at who the actual facilitator is going to be, start already kind of putting it together, so that first council meeting in January, that new council, which you're going to have a lot of rookies up here, they can hit the ground running. It's similar to how we did in terms of having a roadmap, because this one ends now in December, and I think I realized that not everybody likes strategic planning. There's a lot of cities in our county that a strategic plan doesn't exist, which is okay. It's their prerogative, but I think having a roadmap is really solid, and I think that'll be one of the best gifts that we can leave that next council is, hey, staff's coming back, that first council meeting, hey guys, what do you want to do? Here are the dates, here where we're proposing. We're already looking at survey companies. What questions do you guys want? We're looking at this. At least so it starts outlining a process for them, and I think it'll be a great way for us to leave off now on November 5th, and at least that new council can start already thinking about what strategic planning is, which I think it's awesome for them to hear that in their first briefing. So I just want to make a motion to that effect, just for staff to start formulating what that would look like, and then have them bring it back January, February for that new council.
I'll second.
And just for discussion, it's crazy for as long as we've been talking about Imagine 2025, that imagine in 75 days it will be 2025. And that to me is absolutely crazy. So thank you, Mayor. I think this is a very, very good thing to leave the incoming council. I think it's a great starting point for what I hope are very prosperous discussions in 2025.
Through the chair, I'd like to make a friendly amendment to make sure, I know this is a public process, to make sure we do everything possible to educate our residents that this is for them, and we will do everything we can for them to participate, through the process, and even to kind of take a look at how the process worked last time and see if we can improve on more participation, right? Because we're planning the town for the next decade, and there might be a lot of changes, and their voice is something that we need to listen to. And I'd love to see this full, and for us to participate and actually going to them as well, doing it at different park sites, so it makes it easier for them to come out and give their thoughts, and open it up to Zoom, and just everything we can to get their opinions, so we can plan the next decade of Miami Lake's future.
Got it. All those in favor?
I had one question.
Opposed? Yes, sorry, Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you. Through the chair to the manager. Refresh my memory. Have we set aside funds for this facilitator, or do we anticipate that we would probably get it from the carry forward amendment, whatever money's there?
We do not. We estimate, because the last time that we did it was just an update of the first version of the 2015 version. So this next one is going to be a full strategic plan version, which we had estimated. We got pricing from many cities that are comparable to us, and I think we had put in the original budget request $100,000, and it is not funded at this point. So we will have to rely on either funding it a year from now in the 25-26 budget, or through the carry forward in the spring.
Well, this is exploratory, so I'm going to go ahead and support it, but I just want our colleagues and our future colleagues to be aware of that as well, that we have a funding gap here in terms of the facilitator.
I will say this. I think we have a staffer who's underutilized, which is Heman, and if we don't have the funds, he's more than capable. I mean, he's the one that's shepherded the plan all along, and dude is really talented, and I don't think we've tapped into his talent enough. But this is an area where he's already learned enough that he can facilitate that. I think the main cost of this would be what we did before in the survey. The facilitator could be Heman, could be Tony, folks that have been through this, but the real hard cost will be the surveying, right? That aspect. I mean, how do we do it? Before last time, that was the most expensive part, right? Going out. But I think there's a lot of different wiggle room there. How
That's fine. I just wanted information. That's it. Like I said, I'm going to support the.
Thank you, Councilman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Traffic Town Hall meeting, Councilman Diegues.
Thank you. And this was kind of inspired by a lively discussion that I had on the Facebook Miami Lakes residents page regarding the new traffic light that was recently installed on 154. I think that there is a lot of confusion to this day out there about what exactly the town is doing with respect to traffic mitigation, as well as to the jurisdiction over our roads, right? Because as we learned, especially through the bridge litigation, just because we may own the road does not mean that we necessarily retain complete control over them even afterward, right? Because the county retains traffic engineering responsibility. So the idea is just to have a town hall that would be in person, streamed live, and would have particular departments involved, like the town attorney that can explain the jurisdictional issue, town manager that can explain what we're doing in terms of traffic mitigation and traffic synchronization. And then after we have this form that would explain that, you know, again, road jurisdiction, traffic mitigation efforts, traffic synchronization efforts, et cetera, then there would be a Q&A as well that would be live, and also questions that were submitted. And I want the whole thing to be recorded so that in the future we can just refer back to this video for the residents. So in that regard, by having the live questioning or remote questioning by submitting your question in advance, my goal is to make this more useful than the open mic forums that we previously had approved, and unfortunately people did not take advantage of. So this is just trying to utilize technology to kind of have a better product and get more input, as well as something that we can just send to residents in the future to explain to them how this all functions. That's what this is about, and I urge its adoption. I move the item.
I'll second for discussion.
Councilman Morena.
Just a quick thing. This is actually something I've wanted for a while, and it's a map similar to our zoning map, with the different colors saying what the different zones are. I would love to see a map that tells you whether the town owns a road, whether the county owns it, whether the town owns it but the county runs it, whether it's private streets. We have a lot of areas just west of Miami Lakeway Drive, actually your area, Big Cypress, where there's a big blur in the lines in terms of whether it's a Miami Lakes road or a private road from an HOA or something like that. And I think it's useful not just to our residents, obviously, but just to us in terms of knowing, hey, there's a pothole here. Is this on us, or do we got to contact our county commissioner, or do we got to contact an HOA? Who do we got to get in touch with? I just think that would be extremely helpful. And that being said, also, town hall like this is going to be very beneficial to everyone. I would recommend that it's probably held, or that it should be held closer to January, once most people have returned from holidays and things like that. And it also gives time for maybe a map like this to get drawn up.
Yeah, I like the idea, especially since the item was supposed to include renderings, because, you know, there's a lot of visual people out there. But I didn't want to put a time certain for this to take place, just to leave it up to staff and make sure they have adequate time to advertise this, right? If we were to have it in January, for example, one of our challenges would be making sure we advertise this correctly during the holidays, right? And I think it also dovetails nicely with the vice mayor's item in, you know, coming up on the marketing strategy, right? So I just want to, I didn't put a specific time certain for this to occur because I wanted to give them the flexibility and give them an ample opportunity to advertise this But I'm fine with them incorporating that map that you
No, I'm
described.
sorry, I should have been more specific. I meant January or later.
And I'd like to chime in if I may. I think I completely agree with the spirit of the item. I completely agree with the use of technology is always something I'm gonna support to enhance processes. And look, this is a source of confusion all the time. I mean, even amongst us elected officials, sometimes there's confusion about who owns what roadways or what projects certain officials can or can't be helpful with. There's a lot of disinformation out in the public space. So I think this is a good opportunity to kind of set the record straight and make it easier for both us electeds and for the residents to know which jurisdictions and which agencies are responsible for different roads. So I'm going to be in full support of this item.
And I'll chime in, and I think one thing that we need to look at as well is the transportation master plan, right? I don't think that's been touched since 2004. You were in high school, right? And I had just gotten out of high school, so we're traffic's changed, right, globally, and I think those assumptions are no longer the truth anymore, right? So, and that's on our website, right? It's not that it's literally Transportation Master Plan 2004. It's on there, so I'm fine with that. Seeing no further comments, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We are on to the next item, committee social media strategy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I had kind of previewed to this item earlier, but the spirit of the item is to direct town staff to really sit down with the committees, have somebody from communications sit down with the committees at the beginning of the year, as close to the beginning of the year and as is feasible, and really sit down and talk about the town's social media capabilities and marketing capabilities in general, and really help work with the committees to come up with a plan that best meets the needs of that committee and those events, right? So I think we've taken a very noble approach of trying to cover every town event and giving every town event similar coverage, but the reality is that some town events may garner more attention than others, and some may need the help of more marketing resources than others, and really having that discussion individually, having somebody from communications have that discussion individually with each committee and crafting a plan together. I can think back to my time at in youth activities or neighborhood improvement, really crafting which events we would like to highlight, which events we would want to focus more on participation, which events we think might be a success, and we maybe just want to market the successes of it and not necessarily promote. So that's really the spirit of my item. I'm definitely open and receptive to any feedback from staff or from my colleagues on this.
I'll second.
Discussion.
Yeah, Mayor, if I'd like to be recognized.
Councilman Collazo.
Yeah. This forces us to have a hard look, not so much at the communications component of this, because I think that there's, a process that happens internally. And with social media, a lot about algorithms and how you post and what you post. But the reality is that maybe the community is not interested in certain types of events, right? And we've gone through this. But that doesn't fall on the staff. That falls on us. We're the ones that write the checks for these events, right? And we're the ones that approve it every time a community falls forward. The problem is that none of us here ever want to be the ones to say no, right? So shoving that onto staff and putting staff in that type of position to a committee is not the right solution, right? It's on us, right? So if we have an issue with how people are attending or what's happening in the committees and how an event is being attended, it's not because of lack of promotion. It might be just because we're funding events that the community just doesn't want to be at. And maybe we need to have a harder look at what we fund. right? So, putting staff in that type of position is really just us, again, the same reason we voted against the NSDs, right? At the end of the day, we're the gatekeepers. If there's a problem here happening with an event, the community's not coming up to it. It's been promoted up the wazoo on all the social media, and it's just not getting the traction. Maybe the event needs to be changed. And at the end, we have to look in the mirror and see, what are we doing to change the characteristics of that, right? What are we doing up here to change that dynamic? Because I've never seen us say no to a committee here. I have never seen us say, hey, we're not going to have this bike rodeo, or we're not going to fund this concert because people are just not going to it. To put staff in that position, I think, is just us not having that honest conversation. So I'm in agreement, with having these hard conversations. Maybe that's how you get this started, right, by your new business item. But at the end of the day, I think it's up to what we fund and what we not fund. And as I look back at my tenure here, right, and the things that we've kind of gone through, one of the things that I continue to remark on that's undoubtedly Miami Lakes, and I think the young girl, Brittany, the one that came up to speak, is just the sense of community, right? And 1,000, and you brought it up, there's a cost to that, right? I think you've kind of done the research on it, right? $400,000 price tag. Why? Because we're building a community. Right? And undoubtedly, that's what every resident loves. They love the bike rides, they love the food and wine events, and they love these things, right? But then there's sometimes, right, as elected officials, we're held accountable, and we're maybe funding things that aren't working, right? And maybe we need to take a hard look at that. So I'm in agreement kind of with what you're doing here, but I think we kind of have to shift the gears and say, okay, what are we going to do about it? What are we going to fund? What are we not going to fund? Rather than kind of put staff in that position to say, hey, committees, what are we not doing right? 'Cause I don't think it's on them. I think we have to have, I think we need to take some ownership over that. So I appreciate it. I'll be supporting the item, but I'd like to see it come back in a different way.
One of the things, and I talked about this a while back, that has changed. When we first started doing, for example, Facebook Lives, right? The algorithm, Facebook and IG wanted us to get a lot of attention because they wanted you to get hooked to that perspective. What happens now is, as a business owner in the town and talking to other business owners that are on the retail side, you have to boost every post, right? So one thing that I would like to see even on the committee side is that when you got the bike rodeo, you should put $100. You literally boost it for 7 days, and you could boost it within the town, PSN, anywhere else you want, specifically to certain interests, right? So I mean, those are things that I do on every event, right? And I think, and I know business owners who are highly successful because of, and there's other strategies, right? Looking at influencers, different things like that. But from that aspect, it's both the same, right? The business advertisement to very similar to an event, right? You want to curtail it to a certain interest, to certain people, but it takes, I mean, that's one thing that I do. I talked about it a while back, and it takes time to educate some of those committee members, but it works, right? But yeah, I'm in full support. Let's move forward unless there's any other comments. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. The motion passes. We have Crooked Palm enforce new extended school zone area.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this I consider a success from the working initially with Councilman Collazo on this item, extending the Crooked Palm school zone going southbound on 67th. And we finally got it done, and you know, a lot of people were happy. However, what we've noticed, and what the residents of Crooked Palm noticed, is that they extended the sign to get there. However, residents are still, either they don't see it or they think the school zone is over, and they speed up back to like 40 miles an hour. Then they see the sign, they slow down. So in order to continue to make sure this is a success, I love to see if we can, not only in the short term, have us do a detail there where we can make sure we're enforcing this, and also push the the county to add to add the no school ending, or add paint the line where school zone ends to make it more visible for residents, so they know, hey, by the way, it's been extended. Maybe put another one, and before the end one, so they know it's still going on. So I would just ask staff to do that. Whatever it takes, I'll set up a meeting as well. We'll push, like this worked because we all, for a long time, all of us together, kept pushing and pushing, and it got done. The residents, the staff, and the council. So we got to continue. This isn't perfect, and we shouldn't accept not perfect when it comes to the safety of our children. So I guess my motion would be to work on that with the staff and the county, and also have the short-term solution of having some details there to remind the residents, hey, the school zone has been extended, so you got to keep that 15 miles an hour. So that's my motion.
Second. No discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. This item was brought to me by Anna Maria at the Realtors Association, and town staff asked me, yes. I heard you guys 25 times. Yes, I could hear you guys. Give me a second.
Sidebar conversation.
No, I hear it. Oh, waiver. Heard it 45 times. It needs a waiver, but I wanted to explain this real fast. Before I make a motion, I'll ask for the waiver. Anna Maria brought it to my attention. I sent it to staff. Staff requested a new business item, so that's why it was late, and hence why I need a waiver.
I'll move to waive the rule.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. So staff has the pictures. I think it's a gift from the Realtors Association. It just says Miami Lakes. It's really nice. I think depending on where you all want to put it at, I'm okay with it. I know initially there was conversation to put it on a non-town property, to put it next to Chella's in that green space. But I don't know wherever you guys prefer to have that, to have it at.
I like
Well, I'll
that
second
idea.
the motion to at least receive it.
Correct.
Yeah.
So we receive it and then make a decision of where.
And yeah, I would also say that that's a great location. Is that public property?
No, private.
Okay,
So that we would
we'll
have
just
to.
have to talk to the Graham, see if they would be willing to put it. But yeah, that's a phenomenal.
I believe that Senator Rodriguez, I had a conversation with Senator Rodriguez, and she says that it's important for you guys to designate the location of where you want it. And a non-public site would be complicated. So you should have a brief conversation if you have some ideas about a public site that would be an easy install, so that we can communicate that to her for her to complete the application for
Is it complicated because they want it to be a public site because they don't want the interference by a private actor suddenly changing their mind?
She just said it needs to be a public site, a town owns, because that was the very
Okay.
first question she asked me was, is that, are these, there has to be a town-owned site.
Then, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if you want it to be an amendment or however you want to do it. But
No, you just
get
just-
staff to suggest locations for it.
I think you have to pick the option first, because the option will then dictate where you can put it. If one's
Right, there's two design
175
options.
inches and the other one's 300 and something inches. So
One with the
I'd like to make a
Miami-
motion to select option one.
I'll second that.
Third.
There's two options. There's one that's 175 inches and it's a little bit taller, and then there's another one that's 338 inches. So the reason I'm selecting option one is because it incorporates both names, but I also think just from not keeping as long, the balance of it, not as short, actually will bring your eye more to it and will make it stand out a little bit more. So I like the first option based on those two criteria.
Got it.
I will defer to my colleagues' artistic intuition all day.
He went to our school, so he knows. All those in favor of this amendment?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Option
opposed?
one.
Seeing none? Option one. Any locations? The one location I could think of is the ramp up 154, kind of like it's a Hollywood sign, you know what I mean? Then the grassy area there, we could put it in a way that eastbound traffic can see it, and then people getting on the Palmetto or getting off. But that was just one suggestion. But anywhere
I
else?
think I'd be open to hearing all the options that are available from staff. Whether it be
a park,
public,
or
private locations.
Another
but
one you
I
can-
like the idea of it looking like a Hollywood sign, but now that you have the parameters of the sign, it'll give you an opportunity to see what location.
Another one you can consider is right at the southeast corner of the town on the green space that wraps around the industrial park, so it's visible from Red Road. That may be, that's an entry feature there. It's one of the entries to the town. That may be an area for you to consider.
So they'll bring it back, staff will bring it back at the next October council meeting, and then we'll take a vote then. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to reports. We have Major Gonzalez up first. And then we have Director Santos, and then we have Deputy Attorney Covilla on here as well.
Good evening. Town Commander Jose Gonzalez with the police report. Crime has been steadily decreasing. We have good numbers across the board. We are doing really good this year compared to last year. I think that's a tribute to the hard work of our officers, obviously the high visibility enforcement, and even with our high visibility traffic enforcement, they see our officers out there continuously. Last month, we assisted with the culinary bike ride. It went very well. We also had the bike rodeo. We assisted with the Mayor's Gala. And just to let you guys know, because I know it was a subject earlier, the traffic light at 7-9 Court, it's been off a little bit. I think they were trying to get out here last week to fix it, but we have an appointment with them at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So we rescheduled for tomorrow, and it's good on 154th Street. It's going smooth. It's just giving too much green and not enough for the side road to come out. So we're going to make some suggestions, and they're probably going to tweak it in the morning, and after that, everything should be good. But, you know, I mean, I hear different talks and comments, but the lights on 154th Street they're synced. They're green across the board when you look at them. And I always welcome anybody that wants to go out there with me and look at it. We could explain it. I mean, that's the one light at 79 Avenue turns red a little prematurely to let that school traffic and all the residents coming out of Royal Oaks onto 154th Street so you can flush it out. It's not that the light is unsynced, it's doing it on purpose. It's going red a little early while the other light is green so the traffic could flush out continuously and flow onto 154th Street. So everything is working smoothly. And again, we'll pick up the detail at on 6-7 by the school for the school traffic. And if you have any questions, I'll open up questions.
Yes, I have one, and then I'll go to Councilman Garcia. So I'm looking at the stats, and a lot of the targeted crimes year to date. There's some that it's out of your control, right? But there's one in particular that I want to see what your thoughts are, because it kind of stays consistent, right? Larceny is one that obviously that's very difficult, right? That's taking of somebody's property.
Right.
But auto theft, right? That's one that stays consistent, you know, year over year. And I think if we were able to tackle that, we would be a community with pretty much no crime. Auto theft, yeah. What are your thoughts on like what else do you need
on auto theft?
Yeah.
So that's a great question. We're actually down one on auto thefts, but that's you know, the LPRs are doing a great job. That they actually been quiet lately, so things have been like our vehicle burglaries have been significantly down. I think last year we had 22 for the month of October, and we only have one this month so far. So knock on wood.
Do we have the funding already for the other 2 LPRs that you needed? For the police impact fees from the new developments?
Yeah, I don't,
coming online?
I don't get those fees, so
So you have an impact. You have one that's about to get Danny. They're about to get their TCO, right? The new project on Commerce. Have they paid their police impact fee? Fred has that project. The project at the new project, the Canadian billionaire that's building 37 homes. I don't know how much money do you have there, Jeremy? Because I know there's 2 sites, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, Major. 2 more sites that are needed.
Yes,
and we're done.
Yes, 2 more sites.
Okay. Hold on. If anybody else has questions, then when they finish.
And those are like single lane roads, so there should be a cheaper cost to facilitate that. There should be single cameras.
Just for police impact fees?
Yeah, and the golf course development is also, because I think the only permits they've pulled are the demo permits, right? So when they go to pull the building permits, those will be more.
And I don't know if you guys saw, not to change the subject, but they had a highlight of the shoplifter from Costco that they recovered like 60,000 approximately
So
in
ma-
stolen shoplifted goods from different Costco. He was hitting a whole bunch. He was wanted down in Kendall too, because their security put everything together, and they have him at other stores. Yeah, he was on a shopping spree. Early
Not anymore.
Christmas. No. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
He's probably gonna take it to a house. That was probably his day's catch for the day, and he was probably gonna offload at nighttime. But we just caught him probably at his last stop.
Good. Through the chair, just quick question, Major. When you say auto theft, does that include the actual stealing the vehicle or opening it up and stealing items from a vehicle?
No, that's the actual theft of the vehicle.
Actual
The burglary,
theft.
the
Burglary of
vehicle
the vehicle.
burglary is when you steal from.
And what we
inside.
discussed earlier, that a lot of these vehicles, for some strange reason, remain unlocked. I think that's a low-hanging fruit that the mayor was talking about. What we can do to educate residents. I mean,
well, we have it on our message board.
Yeah,
that
sure.
You see when you drive by it, it has a 9 p.m. routine.
But
lock it or lose it.
Let me ask you.
When an area does get burglarized,
That's
when
what
the
I'm
area does
saying.
get
Are you allowed to say, not open the door, but go like that, go, it's open, knock on the door and say, hey, just let you know, your door's unlocked and we recommend you locking it. And maybe if we do, maybe we hit the neighborhoods where we have the highest crime with those education campaigns.
Yeah.
Even if you don't, I
Well,
don't know what you're allowed to do as an officer.
What we do is when we do have like an area that's been hit, our neighborhood resource officers and our bike guys go through there and they leave everybody a lock it or lose it flyer, a 9 p.m. routine, reminders, through that whole neighborhood. Just try to remind everybody around there, you gotta lock your cars or lose it. But, and there's some certain ways that certain vehicles, you could tell if they're unlocked. But I won't even say how it goes, but
yeah, don't
by a
say
certain
that.
thing that looks, looks on it, they know. So it's easy to target it because.
What I would
you
like
tell.
to say to the residents watching today is, please, our officers are doing everything they can to mitigate this and stop it from happening. They need your help. Please lock your doors of your cars and your homes and help them. Don't help the criminals. Don't give them a leg up. If they're going to open the door, they see it's locked, they're going to move on. Unfortunately, they're going to move on to your neighbor who forgot. So remind each other, please do your part to help our officers do their job to keep you safe. Thank you.
Yeah, they're not breaking windows and stuff like that.
I like Councilmember Collazo's idea. If you see the ones that are obviously unlocked, you should actually open those up and put the lock it or lose
Inside,
it on the
inside.
driver's seat. That'll make them change.
All right, Council, any other questions for the Major? Thank you
No.
very much
Thank
for
you,
your report,
Major.
sir.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. On, we have Director Santos.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. So, in infrastructure, we have the 154th Street turn lane project under the Palmetto. This was awarded tonight, so we'll soon issue an NTP, the notice to proceed, and have the contractor start the widening of that section. Some of this work will be done at night to limit the impact to the traffic in the area. 59th Avenue project, we're close to finalizing onboarding of the consultant PM. And also for the right-of-way relocation assistant, it's close to completion. We have one tenant left, and it looks like within the next 2 weeks, the building will be vacant. Yeah. Loch Lomond Drainage Improvements Project, this was recently awarded 2 council meetings ago, and its NTP is November 1st. So you'll see the contractor moving into the area during November.
Yeah, and I do have one question about that. A couple residents from that area have approached me. They're excited that it's happening. We're talking about Glen Eagle, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So they're excited it's happening, but they're just concerned, given the length of time that it's expected to take place, about starting now with the holidays. So they wanted me to ask if there's any way at this juncture to maybe delay it a little, or at least until after the holidays, or see if the town has some kind of plan to mitigate the traffic impacts and whatnot.
So as far as delaying it, we already delayed it to avoid impacting the Halloween. Problem is the contractor is very eager to get started, and they have already investments in place to get this going. They're counting on the work to start essentially billing. But what we have put in place are some stops as far as production before they have to restore and go to the next section, so we don't have large areas of unrestored asphalt. So that's something that in other areas has been an issue, and we've applied lessons learned, and in other projects we've done the same. Limit the area of impact before it gets restored, and then let them continue after
I
that.
think that would be phenomenal. So
Yeah.
I'll let them know at least on that front that is the way you're planning to proceed.
I think our PM, Anaili, has already been in contact with the HOA president.
With Patrick?
Yes.
Kunkel, yeah.
Okay.
And with some other residents. We typically send out notices before, and we get feedback, especially since the signs have already been installed for the project. We started getting calls, and we field a lot of the questions in the beginning.
Perfect.
And a lot of these contractors, especially during the Christmas, in and around the Christmas, they usually take a week or two off. Not so much Thanksgiving, but Christmas. And we'll make sure that they don't leave equipment around, that they've restored the area if they're going to take these breaks during that holiday push, so that there won't be that disruption for parties at the residents' homes and so forth.
Perfect. And lastly, before I let you go to continue on with your report, while we're on the topic of Loch Lomond, do we have an update on those holes regarding Berwick Way?
Yes, so we first, I don't want to say one after, but we inquired with the communication companies, who are usually the ones that do this type of work. They both reported that they didn't have work in the area. So for the purpose of safety, we're going to go ahead and get that taken care of. We'll continue investigating, and if we find that is in fact one of those companies, we'll request a refund.
Yeah, because it is very bizarre that nobody's claiming ownership over these sites that were dug up. Are we even sure what utilities are under there? Like, have we looked to see what kind of?
The first, so there were three. One of them, we confirmed there was AT&T, and they came back and filled it. The other ones, no. The other ones, I think we could see a pipe, but it looks more of irrigation. But that's not a hole that was done by irrigation. So.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Director, I think I might have missed this because I was outside for a second. Were you able to finalize the negotiations with the PM for 59th Avenue?
So we're very close. We have one more item that their legal team has questioned. We've had a lot of help from our legal team. We've already responded, and we're waiting for them to say if they approve it or not. And that's it.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Through the chair.
Yep.
Can I ask you a question about the replacement of the HVAC at Robert Alonso?
Yes.
What's the timeline on that?
This week.
It's been delivered, right?
Yeah, they're working on it this week. The
Okay.
expected completion is Friday.
Friday?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Friday, that's good.
If not before, it's just, we have on Friday. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. And Director Santos, I know that you were here during the public comments. You heard the young lady talk about the wooden poles and the removal, and I appreciate the hard work that you've been doing to kind of hold our utility companies accountable. And I know that's going to be a work in progress as you continue to serve in your role. But I just wanted to compliment you on something. And I guess, again, going back historically, you jumped into this role, you embraced it. All of these ARPA projects that you're going through, everything's being put out, everything's being procured, and you've put this on your plate, and you have not missed a step. And I just want to congratulate you. You've done a yeoman's job in your professionalism, but more importantly, you've done it quietly. You're a hard worker with your head down, and you're never really given the kudos that you probably truly deserve for doing the hard work that you do, and I just wanted to recognize you in that regard. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And also want to put out this, the purpose I'm able to deliver the product I do is the amazing team I have. And you can all see them, Anaili, Stanley, Jerry, our vac truck guys, our new team member, Rachel, that we have as the new public works manager. They're all great. And also our facilities team, Dario and Brian. If I missed somebody, sorry.
Demonstration of leadership right there. You just
they're the ones that make me look good. Yes. I'm good.
Second.
I'm good. And to finish off, there's several other projects, drainage from the ARPA that will be starting soon. A lot of these are in the west side. We got the Genesis that in our next meeting we'll be going up for award. That's the northwest quadrant, the furthest northwest section of the town. our Sevilla Phase 1, Royal Oaks D, 2nd and 5th, Royal Oaks 8th edition in the Royal Oaks West community. So we're going back into heavy construction. Please bear with us, but we're almost done with the heavy portion. We will. And the last item I had to report was the Roberto Alonso HVAC, but it's being done this week. And as far as our day-to-day work orders, we're preparing those work orders for sidewalks, street light, roadway. So that's just a nonstop operation for us.
Thank you, Director. We appreciate you.
Have a good.
And the folks that work under you. Yes.
I'm
proceed.
good.
Okay.
There's nothing to report.
So that there was an item on there.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I'll be very brief. Months ago, Councilman Morera brought an issue up with regards to lake access by the public onto some of the lakes that we have public parks on. Most of the lakes, no, not most, all of the lakes that we have in the town of Miami Lakes are privately owned, and they're managed by HOAs or by NSDs. Now, under Florida law, right, when a developer develops lakes, such as the ones that we have in our community that are in these private, abutting by private homes, they many times create what are called riparian rights for people who don't live on the lake and allow easements and access to the lakes. But that's an issue between, again, the HOA and the private homeowners. As far as with respect to the town, we do have certain public areas and little parks that abut the lakes. Some of them have little beach fronts. It has been the rule and the law of the town that really not to allow people to go in and take, and bathe in the lakes, or definitely they're not allowed to launch any craft on the lake whatsoever. And there's nothing there that allows them to swim on the lake. That's been the position of the town. Do people do it? Yes. The problem is that just based on the way that a lot of those lakes are built and a lot of the property rights on those lakes, if a person goes out, they may end up trespassing onto somebody else's property. So that's not something that we can necessarily encourage. Huh? I get it, but a lot of those pictures are upstairs are people playing on the beach and on the shores. That's fine, but going into and onto the lake, that's kind of a different story. So you asked for us to report back, and that's pretty much my report. I don't know if you have any questions.
That's pretty much what I anticipated, as has been mentioned before. I brought that item up even though I was dubious as to its merits, but I did feel that the resident had the right to have the item considered by the council, but I agree with your assessment from the beginning.
Have you swam in the Satori Lake?
Listen, that thing at certain points is 80 feet deep. You would not catch
really
me
deep.
going in there.
That was a quarry back in the day.
It was a quarry at one
Yeah,
point.
back
Yeah,
in-
at least not without like concrete blocks on my feet.
And last but not least, there's just to put it on your radar, because I've heard discussion from some residents with regards to short-term rentals. That's coming back for you for first reading on some of the corrections. Danny's been wonderful in going and looking through it and working with staff and bringing something. So we'll have something for you in the next couple of weeks.
Got it. Thank you very much. We'll see you all later in October for another council meeting. God bless. Have a good night. This meeting's adjourned.